小さく惨めに生きた生命が死んではドアを叩くでしょう。小さな主は見かねる嫌な話だ。大きく広がる喉と胴体は死んだ心を溶かすようにゆっくり命を飲み込み目を振り抜く。ねえ君も祈っちゃったんでしょ。僕に睨まれた時にさ、そんな悲壮精神が最高でした。今日こそ我が体内へ愛とエゴの終着点。君もすぐに生まれ変われる怪物みたいで素敵なことでしょ。ああ神様なんでってもうやだよと泣いたって受け入れろよ。これがサラメラ次の次の次の主に懸命しよう。神話も命も人の運命もうっかり恋に落ちるのもひっそり蛇を笑い出すバカなことだ。あららららもうたまらないね。くすんだ心を眠るのは小さな命に取り付き目を埋め込む。ああ君にやろっちゃったんでしょ。目を合わせる能力でさ、君がこの悲劇の情報なんだ。謳歌しろよ生命よ愛とエゴの合唱さ。揺れる日々も崩れ始める初めの悲劇へ足並み合わせて返してと嘆いたってもうやだよと泣いたって知ることかよそれがサラメラ。ひどくもろくチャチな日々が証明だろう。なんてバカな生命だ。何度でもあらかって同じ日々へ戻り始める無謀に無様に泣いて泣いて泣いて泣いてあぶさまな生命よ。なんでなのという前に求めすぎた罪に貸し付けうつろな奇跡が弾けて崩れてもなんだか言い合って何度もただ泣いたって終わりすらも時期に薄れる。次の次の次に来る次の次の日を次の次の次を嘲笑しよう。
Hello! Hello, everybody. I have arrived. Yes, it's me. The one and only. Sorry. Got back from the gym not too long ago, so I'm like a little weary, but that's okay. It's okay. I'm having my coffee, so hopefully soon my mind will be ready and sharp. But I figured, for now, I would just start with a, just something light to just kind of get us going. I have to do the Valentine's event in Final Fantasy XIV, so I figured we'd start with that today. Hell yeah. I gotta do it like 3 times, so I'll try to speedrun it, I suppose. That's the plan for now. But then after, I'm going to react to some of Kumo's videos, because he's, because he asked me to. And plus I've been wanting to see some other context for other things. So, that's on the docket today as well. Alright, but I gotta go and work that Valentine's grind. Oh shit, where is this? Oh, that's right, we were taking pictures here. I remember. God, it's so quiet. Hold on. Actually, it's not that quiet. Oh shit, there's no... Sorry. I realize I forgot to turn the audio back on. My bad! Should be good now. Oops. There we go. Yeah, Jace and I were taking pictures here because we were doing the MSQ. We were catching up on the MSQ and the what's it called? Fuck, I forget. Big Gay Energy, that's right. That's what it was called. But we gotta go to Gridania to do the Valentine's Day event. So let's just go and get that sorted. Oh, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Alright, it's in the usual spot. God damn. Yeah, I saw that you get that emote from this. Astrid. It's an interesting name. How come every Astrid looks the same? We gonna speedrun this. Jace, can you give me the TLDR of the plot? We see any fun, wacky, kooky characters? Do you think my accessory will show up in the cutscenes? Didn't even think about that. Why did I sneer? Emile? Emily? Emili? Hello. You like my backpack? It's like a badge of honor right now, the backpack. It's like, I am caught up in the MSQ. Oh, is that it? Wait, that can't be it. That's it? To get the emote? Well then. No way that's all it takes to get the emote. Like, I guess in that case I could have been paying attention. Oh, damn, she looks pretty. She is fucking stylized as hell. Damn. Oh my god, that's the most beautiful bow I've ever seen. It's got like birds on it and everything. God damn. I'm jealous. Although, my scythe is pretty cool, so I can't complain. I worked hard to get that scythe. Nice. With the music. Very anime. Very nice. Well, that's definitely an emote I need to get. I need to get that just on all of my characters. At least it won't be hard to get. Too bad my backpack doesn't show up in the cutscene. I already got my emote, so I don't know, kid. Jace, do you know if there's anything more to these quests? Oh, okay, I see. Do it! Hell yeah. Oh shit, am I supposed to know who this is? There's a small thing where you run around and do it to people and that's it? Oh, okay. But you don't get anything for doing that? Because I had to go get this on the rest of my characters. Ah, I mean, that just makes sense, doesn't it? Iset is the master of House Valentone in Ishkar. Well, that just makes sense. Hell yes. Thank you very much. Now I gotta get it on Miyaka, Tataru-chan, and Hoshi. Thankfully, it won't take too long. Yeah, no, okay. Hell yeah. I don't know why I opened my inventory, but hell yeah. Nice. Oh wait, do you just keep the pose? Oh, look at that! I didn't know you held the pose. Nice. Achievements? So I'm not an achievement hunter, so it's fine. Yo, dude. We kinda match, you and I. Oh, he's kinda cute, though. He looks like Grahatia. He's green Hatia. Alright, on to the other characters. It's a lost sapphire faith. How you doing today, Jace? What should we wear? Oh wait, hold on. Do we have anything nice to wear? Not really. I don't really have anything, like, fancy except for the kimono, I suppose. I need to make more outfits for her. This could work. It's very Valentine's-esque. Ta-da! Aw, she's so cute! Oh yeah, one thing that's kind of cool, right? Is that she has, when she's, like, not in her red mage form, she has the regular Moogle, sword. But then when she's in her red mage outfit, she's got the glowy version of the sword. Thought that was a nice touch. Okay, let's head on over there. I'm meh, but me and Wrath are almost at Heavensward. Oh, what? Oh, shit. I gotta catch up then. You didn't tell me! Oh shit, I got some catching up to do. I wish you told me that you were continuing on the quests. Okay. I'll have to do that during my time off, I suppose. I had no idea. I thought Wrath was taking a break from that. You've been busy with other stuff I didn't want to... Yeah, but it doesn't hurt to ask. I would've hung out with you guys. Oh, hey, look who's here. like the butterfly on your shoulder. Yeah, no, Jace, it never hurts to ask. If I'm busy, if I'm like too busy, I'll just say no. That's the worst I can say. The worst I can say is no. How far in are you? Like, did you get past the Moonbrita stuff? Like, roughly where are you at? Where are you at? I don't mind that you guys were questing, by the way. You're just getting through all the dull stuff, but I do have to catch up, though. I'm about to finish up with Moonbrita and the Asian. Okay, good to know. Alrighty. I'll kind of get through that while I'm working on shit in the background. Not right now. Yo! Oh my god, is Wrath awake? There's a Grahatia right here. It's a nice song. Sounds familiar. Whoops. Aw, that's a very nice song. Yeah, the instruments in this game do a lot better with, like, slow songs. Oh. Whoopsies. Hey! We just heard this song. Shit. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think the Moonbrita stuff is pretty close to Heaven's Word, I think. It's like the second to last big event that happens, right? I don't want to say too much in case Jax is watching. Although he might be asleep, but he might be watching this later. Yeah, I've been busy, but that doesn't mean I don't want to hang out with you guys. Plus, it's just like, it's YouTube stuff. I can put that away for a bit to come hang out with you guys, if you want me to. Do it! So cute! It always fits perfectly with the music, too. Oh, maybe that's how I recognize the name, because maybe we met these guys in Ishgard. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta put this on my emotes list. You know what's funny? I bought this outfit, but it didn't give me the dance, I don't think. It didn't give me the dance that comes with it. Or it doesn't come with it, but... Very cute. What are you... Elvis? Elvis? What are you talking about? Oh, you know what I could do? I could do this, right? And then finish it off with the love heart. The song I played. Oh, okay. I don't know many Elvis songs. All I know are the ones from Lilo and Stitch. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Oh, you're... Yep. I think I forgot to get the Halloween thing on her. I only got it on Enlaa. Oh well, I'll get it next year maybe. Now we heard this song too today. Yeah, sure, why not? Hang on, I'm gonna try and sync up with you. Hang on. A little early. There we go. Yeah, I need to clean up my UI, don't I? Maybe I can work on that real quick. One thing I did for Hoshi is that I moved some stuff off to the side. So like I did this. It's like playing a jigsaw puzzle. It's not clean, but I've always been a function over form type of person. There we go. There we go. How does that look? I mean, it looks kind of messy, but... Oh, hey, there he is! Look, it's the boy! I know, you saw him too, huh? Look at it. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, there we go. It's the boy! Oh, look, he's awake. Oh, no, he's not. Okay, never mind. I thought he was moving. Yeah, look at that. Aww. Very cute. How you doing? How you doing, Jax? I haven't chatted with you guys in a while, so I missed playing with you guys. All right, I got two more characters. I got two more characters. I gotta get the emote on. BRB. Very wholesome. I have to get it especially on Miyaka because she is my, my emissary of love. Do I have a Valentine's outfit for her? I know I have a Christmas outfit for her. But I kind of missed the Christmas event. Well, I got her wedding dress. The one she's got on will do. Alright, on my way. Where's the teleport? There it is. I always lose track. Did I just see a Lalafell version of... Hang on. Shit. Hang on, I have to go back. Damn it. I need to go back and stream and, like, verify that, because I swear I just saw, like, a Lalafell version of Emmett Selk. That would have been fucking amazing if that was true. Could have been that they just... Oh, wow, look at that outfit. That's a really good use of the cat hoodie. That's really good. We heard this one already. There we go. I've returned. There you go. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. Nice. Thank God this one's short. I really should be doing a better job at getting the rewards for all of my characters. But, whatever. I have the T one for her. Oh yeah, because JC bought that for her. I remember. I remember. Wow! Say the line, Miyaka! Ding Dong saying, Wahoo! Wahoo! Chris? Wahoo! That's one of my favorites from them. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Ah, god damn it. I just want to see all my characters do the pose. Ding dong, wahoo! Very cute. Wish she'd put a bit more into that smile, though. The hell are you guys doing? Yo, 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 yo! I have that. Hold on. Hang on. Hang on. I have the perfect thing for a Pictomancer. Check it. Okay, hold on. Hang on. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I remember when you and I worked to get these outfits. Man, I can't wait for the two-tone, thing to happen. Because then we can make these so much better and so much more individualized. Mario said the fuck word. Don't look at that. Look at the pretty witch. Look at the witch. Oh, I don't have my shoes. Weird. Oh, that's right. Hang on a second. Oh my. The fuck is going on? Yeah, hold on, sorry. I don't have my shit put together. It's been a while. Here we go. Yo, you look like fucking Cat in the Hat. You look like a Dr. Seuss motherfucker. I think my favorite Black Mage outfit I have is this one. There's this like weird head wiggle I do when I do that. I got some sass to me. Dude, I can't wait for Pictomancer. I'm so excited. I already have the paintbrush. I'm ready to go. I hope we can get like this paintbrush model for the Pictomancer. If not, I'm gonna be upset. Or something similar. The side-eye. The side-eye when you're drinking tea. Alright, I got one more character to do it on. Very cute. Alright, BRB? I'm almost out of coffee. I can tell it's starting to kick in. Do you think it's a good idea to take painkillers after a workout? God damn it, I logged in on the wrong character. Fuck me. Thankfully it doesn't take that long to get in. Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, I got some catching up to do. Excuse you. Great use of the cat hoodie. What do you mean I can't do it? Oh, I have to be... okay. Yo, can you invite me? What the hell? Hey, is that your pugilist? You little bitch. Alright, watch this. It's his monk man, I can see that. Has he gotten any other classes to 50 yet? Why is my head like twice as big as your guys' heads? Like, look at the head size.
You know I miss her too. But tell me, what's this feeling? What's this feeling? What's this feeling? Ooh.
By the way, Wrath, Kumo's got a new video on his channel. An interview from one of Leo's former adopted kids. You might be interested in hearing. If you're ever interested. Nice. Aw, this little guy's cute. Oh my god, he's so cute! It's a cool. Aw, that's so cute. I'm like wearing the worst clothes for this. I'm not stylish at all. Cute. Alright, that's the last one. Very cute. Okay. Might switch over to do some reaction stuff. Kumo wanted me to react to some of his videos. Ow, my shoulder hurts. Fuck it, I'm gonna take some painkillers. Ugh. Drinking something fruity after drinking coffee is weird. This feels weird. Wait, N, what's up? I was thinking we could do like a duty roulette. Like a leveling roulette if you guys wanted to. Oh, you got your Midgard Somer Dragon! I just realized. Oh, that's so cute! What's up? Aww! It's so cute! Very cute. Aww. You guys want to do a duty roulette? Damn, level 27. Getting up in the world. Oh, sorry, moving up in the world. Not getting up. That's a completely different thing. Yeah? Yeah? I need a confirmation from Jax, though. Just in case. Pog. Alright. As good of a confirmation as ever. Oh, the party leader has to do it. I do want to see his tanking skills in action. Jace, you have to start it. Oh damn, how'd you get a custom title? Oh, is that like a plugin or an edit or something? Blue Shadow of Mericidia? I like it. Might be a little wordy. Maybe Mericidia's Blue Shadow or something. 2 seconds? No, I don't have 2 seconds. No, do it away. I want to do things now. Ah, I see. Oh, you didn't hear that from me. We going or what? take time to stretch. What are we waiting on? Is Jax doing something? Oh, there we go. Hell yeah. Ow! Sorry. I went to the gym before my stream, and now my shoulder's a bit sore. Oh, not this one. Hey, at least it's not as bad as it used to be. Oh shit, we got a newbie! Neat. He doesn't have his tank stance on. There you go. Rookie mistake. Not you guys, the DPS. Being like, I'm gonna start now. Oh, that's right. Some of my shit's locked. I forgot. That's why doing Black Mage on like lower levels is a pain in the ass, because your rotation gets like flipped up on its head. Do I have my old one that I could do? I don't. I can't believe I got rid of it. That was kind of dumb of me. Oh well. Should be fine. Ruh-roh. Neat. Can't wait till I have to also work with ley lines and shit. Ooh, that'll be good for you. New gloves. New boots. Yeah, I'm glad these dungeons aren't as painful as they used to be. They're pretty standard now, thankfully. Your call, boss! You got it, Jax. There you go. Not totally your fault, because the DPS should wait until you've generated enough aggro. Ooh, those look nice. Wait, are those the same, like, type of bat? I'm gonna roll on those. Oh wait, I have these already, never mind. Ouch, that hurt. Shit, I'm not doing my rotation right. There we go. Kid's got the spirit. Get him. Good job. Yeah, tank's not so hard once you get used to it, huh? I'm just gonna keep focusing on the boss. Easy peasy. God, remember when we had like to like constantly get rid of the webs and shit? That was annoying. Oh, I ran out of mana. Nope, whoops, too late. Nice! You're getting the hang of it. Oh, damn. Poop and pee. Hey, Gillet. You came just in time because we're about to switch gears. Once we're done with this dungeon. Keep running out of fucking mana. It's annoying. What you mean? What do you mean what I mean? Well, I'm gonna be switching from playing this game to doing reactions. Kuma wanted me to react to some of his videos because he's a vain motherfucker like that. Just kidding. But also he wanted my input on some of his older content. Ah! What? When you group all the, if you get all the scorpions, you can group them together and then I can do my LB. Nice. I want to get out of that. Should be fine though. Whoops. Oh, fuck. Yep. Stay away from that. Good job. I started off much more edgy. Well, with the poop and pee thing. You sure did, Bled. Nice. Nice tanking, dude. Went off without a hitch. That being said, all this shit is trash. Alright, I'm gonna head out. You too? Gotta get some other stuff done. Although later, after I'm done reacting to Kubo stuff, I'm gonna be doing some, like, storytime stuff. Unless something else exciting happens. So who knows, you might be interested in that. But, I'm gonna head out for now. From the game, at least. Where'd he go? Huh? Buddy. Cute. Very cute. Alright, I'm gonna head out. You guys have fun. And I'll catch up to you in the MSQ in my spare time. YouTube chat hates me. It sure does, Vlad. I wonder why. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Alright. I am gonna switch over to my VTuber thing so I can get this reaction thing going. You talk to me somehow, hypnotic taking over me, make me feel like someone else. Talking in my sleep. Alright, sorry, I gotta get some shit set up. Oh, I see. Just more direct. I gotcha. Okay. Yikes, what the fuck? Actually, this is the first time it's like actually kept the window. Even though the size of the window is bad. And the formatting is bad. It's not usually supposed to look like this, that's weird. I guess that's fine. A little bit unorthodox, but that's okay. Hello, hello. Come on, VRM. Come on, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. There you are. A little slow today, but that's okay. Anyway, how you guys doing? Good, good. Everybody good? That's good. Sorry, this is my stream, right? We're gonna go... I did see that I have seen bits and pieces of the interview, but I haven't seen the whole thing yet. Oh my god, Efron made a video on Kumo? Aw, okay, real quick detour just to see how dumb this is. Alright. Here we go. Okay, are they are they gonna be spreading around the shit that everyone else was saying without like actually looking into it? Well, this ought to be good. Alright, quick detour. I'm doing good? That's good. I DM'd you because YouTube chat hates me? Oh boy, I would love to see this. If you know a while back, I was talking about this video. Apollo Legend. Oh, okay. Alright, let's just get a shot of this take that's about to hit our faces. Unless somehow he provides some mind-boggling proof that I've never seen before. That'll change my entire perspective on this situation. We'll see.
A couple of days ago, Kumo uploaded a video regarding the drama related to a girl cutting his name into her thigh. At the end of said video, Kumo says this.
This is just the last time I'm ever going to address this. This is the last time I'm ever going to humor this. If you have a question about this, watch this video.
And that's just a shame because there are so many unanswered questions regarding this situation,
Such
even
as?
according to this video. For example, why didn't Kumo mention that he made the picture of this girl with his name cut into her thigh his banner on Discord? If I may editorialize a little bit, I think it has something to do with the fact.
Hang on. Sorry, hold on.
Why didn't Kumo mention that he made the picture of this girl with his name cut into her thigh his banner on Discord? If I
Why? I don't know. Because he's allowed to, even though it's weird. He's allowed to. Because he was encouraged to do so.
may editorialize a little bit, I think it has something to do with the fact that he wants to paint the narrative that it's this girl and her friends' fault that this information even got out in the first place.
But that... Wait, why he made it his banner? Wait, hold on. He's giving his opinion, or his theory, I guess you could say, on why Kumo made this his banner. Let's hear his reading again.
Discord. If I may editorialize a little bit, I think it has something to do with the fact that he wants to paint the narrative that it's this girl and her friends' fault that this information even got out in the first place.
Honey, that doesn't make any sense. What you just said makes no sense. I think he made this picture his banner because he wants to make it out like it's their fault that the information got out. What are you talking about? The streams are so early. I apologize. I know. Well, that's why I have Saturday streams. You know what? I'll try to have these streams happen a little bit later in the day, okay? I've seen the Ephraim video. It's funny. It's 5 minutes of virtue signaling because it's Ephraim. Yeah. I'm sorry for the early streams. I'll try to make them a bit later in the morning. But that's what I'm trying to do, is that my Friday streams are in the morning, and then my Saturday streams are in the evening. That's kind of the motif I've got going on right now.
What happens, though, because Asta is very self-destructive and chooses violence, she decides to have someone in the call clip it out of context, to which she would then edit it and send it to some of my friends, some of which were minors.
This is Kumo's only mention of how the information got out there. Again, no mention of him directly publicizing it. And you know...
Yeah, but he didn't. He's not the one who initially publicized it. Unless you're talking about the banner. I'm so confused at what point he's trying to make.
No mention of him directly publicizing it. And you know,
if he's talking about the banner, the banner isn't publicizing it. It's just a banner. That's not saying, hey guys, look, I made a girl cut herself. That's not what the banner says. It's just showing, like, a self-harm scar. For all we know, it could have been his self-harm injury that he was showing in his banner. You don't know that. There's, like, no context for it outside of his friend group at the time, until the situation was made public. Also, Jesus, that avatar is ugly. Hey, be nice. It's okay. Forces me, my lazy ass, out of the bed. Don't let me dictate your schedule. It's okay. I don't mind doing it a little bit later. I did want to do this one a little bit early because I do have a Zoom call with some friends from Colorado that I'm doing later in the afternoon, and I want to be rested for that.
No, originally I was going to go through all sorts of different facts about Kumo and times where he has been very callous about mental...
Oh, you know what? I see why it was very weirdly framed, because I had it framed like that. Okay, hold on. There we go. That makes more sense. There we go. That's better.
Health. However,
sorry, hold
I'm
on.
going to go through all sorts of different facts about Kumo and times where he has been very callous about mental health. However, it turns out I don't even need to. You see...
I feel like it's still prudent, but also just ignoring that he himself suffers from serious mental health problems.
Just before I began recording this video, a friend of the show, Peachy Lee, linked me...
But also, if you're going to make that comment that, yeah, Kumo is callous about mental health, then maybe show a couple of examples. Although that could be what he's about to show now.
A censored version of the call being discussed that was uploaded onto the website Rumble. Here is how Kumo recounts that call in his video.
What I'm
Okay.
getting at here is, at one point,
Why is it blurred? Was that something Ephraim did? Why?
there was a call where the entire fucking group chat was in. Mind you, everyone at this time had really long names except for myself and one other individual. Asta, in this group call, started talking about how much she wanted to cut, and naturally these freaks kept fucking validating it and encouraging it. They even stated that they wanted to do it too. She then said that she wanted to cut someone's name into herself. As you probably expect, these freaks all go me, 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 me. I've already tried discouraging it, and I said, could you not? These are the types of things you would hear me say. People who know me know this sounds exactly like me. I fucking swear on my soul this is how I interacted with them that day. But that did not work. Am I surprised? Not entirely. So it's at this point she turns on her camera and she shows that she already has a fucking razor in her hands. She then says, whose name should I cut? I say, do mine. Logically speaking, this was going to cause the least amount of damage. This is why I made this panicked fucking decision. My name on Discord is only 4 letters. I even told her, do not cut deep.
I should note that in the actual call, the girl in
I mean, ideally, in this situation, he shouldn't have encouraged it at all. I can understand the logical, like, the thought process behind that. Although, ideally, he shouldn't have entertained it at all. But again, that was the environment he was a part in, where all these people were, like, encouraging each other to do this. And it was proven later on that Asta was, like, going around behind the scenes, quote-unquote, corrupting his little mind, and, like, actively encouraging this, not just from him, but from a lot of people. So, but all of that is just being ignored in favor of being, you know, like, Kumo did this intentionally.
question doesn't turn her camera on until after Kumo says that it's okay to cut his name into her.
What should I cut?
What?
What should I cut into me?
My name.
How does this prove that? Everything is censored. Why would the top screen have to be censored? Wait, hold on. Okay. Let's hear what he says again. Hold on.
I even told her, do not cut deep.
I should note that in the actual call, the girl in question doesn't turn her camera on until after Kumo says that it's okay to cut his name into her.
What should I cut?
Okay, problem with that. Ephraim, first of all, that's fucking stupid, because if that were the case, then why does this entire, like, top half of the call have to be censored if the camera's not already on, showing a sensitive thing like self-harm? I'm trying to be nice, but, like, actually, are you stupid? Like, why does this part up here have to be censored at all if the camera's not even on yet? Did Ephraim just think that this black screen was already here for no reason?
What?
What should I cut into me?
My name.
Really? Okay.
Bestie.
I'll do it on cam. Hold on.
Yeah, that's
Oh my
fast
fucking
you got.
God, she's actually
That'd
got
be funny.
But I can chalk that up to just
I mean, maybe, but again, why is it already censored?
remembering. What I cannot chalk up to misremembering is Kumo saying that this girl wanted to cut somebody's name. In the actual clip, which I just played, that's not what we see. We see her asking what she should cut into herself, and
Yeah, but Ephraim, you're only seeing, again, an out-of-context clip. You're just making these assumptions based on a small portion of a long call. He already said that this was taken out of context, and he had explained the timeline of events that happened before that section of the call, and you're just gonna disregard all of it just because you're not seeing it? How do you know it didn't happen the way that he said it did?
Kumo suggests his name specifically. Furthermore,
Yeah, and you already showed a clip of him explaining his version of, like, why he decided to say that. It's not a great reason, but that's his reasoning. And you're just disregarding it, like, despite the fact that you're showing him saying his reasoning. You're like, yeah, but then he said to cut his name into her thigh. It's like, yeah, he already said that. You're not saying anything new here.
Kumo also said that the other members of the group chat were suggesting their names, which just doesn't appear to be the case.
Because you're looking at the out of context clip, Ephraim. You're just saying, like, do you not have object permanence? He already said that it's taken out of context because you're not shown what happened before that. So because you're not seeing it, you're just like, oh, well, I guess it didn't happen. You idiot.
I should also note that Kumo says that all but one other person had long as fuck names. This is technically true but misleading. As you can see,
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, and that's why I feel like the reasoning behind that is a little bit flawed. However, while it could be proof that he's just misremembering the timeline of events or that it's a little bit like false information, it's not proof that it was forced. That's the thing. That's the accusation, is that Kumo was forcing Asta to do this, and not just Asta, but multiple girls to do this. Those are the accusations that are being thrown around, when it was not the case at all, or has not been proven.
Kumo doesn't even
I will say, it's interesting to point this out, but it still doesn't prove that he was forcing Asta or anyone else to actively, like, cut themselves. Especially if it was proven that they were already doing it.
have the shortest name in the group chat. That would belong to Kai. I cannot chalk up to misremembering. Is Kumo saying
Yeah. Dog at least show a corner of the room or something. It doesn't need to show sensitive images. She was already going to cut something into her leg. It's not Kumo's fault, even in the out of context clip. Yeah, exactly. This is the only clip anyone ever shows that is like factual proof, they say, of Kumo having forced not just Asta, but other women apparently that exist to cut themselves. But it's not proof of that.
Kumo doesn't even
Yeah, he can say that, like, yeah, Kumo was wrong about, like, his reasoning. That's fair enough. And who knows why Kumo might have said that. Again, I don't think it was good reasoning. And maybe it's not a great justification, and maybe he doesn't think so in hindsight either. Who knows? But it's still not proof that he forced anyone to do anything.
have the shortest name in the group chat. That would belong to Kai, who has 3 letters in their name.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you can count, bro. Thank you.
The least amount of cuts. Looking at how she cut Kumo's name into her, we can determine that she cuts exclusively with capital letters and does 1 cut per line, meaning it took 14 cuts to get Kumo.
What the fuck are you talking? What are you fucking doing this, like, mathematical equation for? Who fucking cares? What does this matter in the grand scheme of things? Who cares how many cuts she had to take? Who cares? What are you talking about?
Like it did for Kumo's. And this is not even getting into how Kumo in no way sound panicked during that call. Honestly, I don't even know what to say at this point besides this. If Kumo was really so innocent in this situation, why did he feel the need to lie?
Yeah, you can point out that he lied. But still, it doesn't prove that he forced girls to cut themselves, or that what he, like, maybe his reasoning is off, but that doesn't mean that the timeline of events that he's saying is wrong. I love Ephraim, he's hilarious, and he doesn't even realize it. Yeah, They're an enigma, that's for sure. They are an enigma. Just constant bad takes from this person I've seen. Almost all the time. But anyway, let's get back on topic. What I wanted to do... I love that Opera GX is so fucking slow. I love it. Thank you. Let me cut some of these, actually. We'll try it again, because maybe that'll actually help. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Okay, I wanted to see... Oh no, I totally forgot which one he asked me to take a look at. I know one of them was the Septipause video. Oh yeah, and the Carmen Rider one. That's right. Yeah, he wanted me to watch Carmen Rider is Poisoning the Minds of Children and Must Be Stopped. I watched Ephraim's Kumo take like 4 times. I love the number of cuts segment the most. That's the most autistic, like, irrelevant thing I've ever heard. Like, why does it matter? Guys, if you look at the cuts, if you can see with oh my god, it's so fucking stupid. If you do a forensic analysis of the depth of the cut as well as the length and the width, you can see that she only cuts in strictly capital letters. I should know this because I'm a self-harm writing expert. Yeah, it's just so stupid. Dude, same. Karma Writer and Manga Comment, I keep getting them mixed up. Alright, but anyway, Kumo made this video about a year ago. I think this must have been before his falling out with, like, Leo and the rest of the gang. But anyway.
The thing is, like, just because the law
Oh, yeah, I love voice changers.
says it's wrong doesn't mean that it's wrong. For example, there's one example I use, and this might sound a
Just
bit
because
weird,
the law says it's wrong doesn't mean it's wrong. I mean, yes, that can apply to certain things, but I don't think it applies here, depending on what he's talking about.
but, you know, this is the example I have, is the fact that, you know, in a lot of states, weed is, you know, marijuana is illegal. But
well,
most people
marijuana is
know
not
that-
marijuana. While it is similar in a sense to content that it is consumable, marijuana has medical benefits, but that's not at all like it doesn't at all like parallel to lolicon. The difference between marijuana being illegal in some states is
Yeah, that is such a bad that's such a bad comparison.
because they couldn't tax it, and lolicon being illegal is because they quite literally see it as child porn. Everyone else seems to agree it was child porn, that's why it was made illegal.
At the same time, well, just because a law is made for this specific reason doesn't mean that that this law is any less valid or any more valid.
What?
For example,
What does that even mean? What?
The reasons are very, very, very important when we go into making these parallels, Carmen.
okay, let me explain what I mean.
Go
Is
on.
the fact that, for example, you know, the reason the age of consent was invented was because the U.S. government didn't like that prostitutes weren't paying taxes.
What? 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 No, what? I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's not why we still use the age of consent today.
Pedophiles in the Minecraft community.
There are pedophiles in the Minecraft community. There are pedophiles in the Minecraft community.
Welcome back, ladies and ladies with dicks. To be honest, I didn't know if I was going to make a commentary talking about
Oh, he's so quiet. What's up, guys? It's Kumo here.
this entire situation.
Emo, we're not having this discussion again. Yes, it is illegal. Child pornography is illegal, and lolicon constitutes as child pornography. We are not having this argument again. And if you want to have that argument, you're gonna get timed out. I'm sorry. Ratio.
But I just couldn't hold it in any further. I don't know how any of this was supposed to convince me that you're not a pedophile, that lolicon isn't for pedophiles, and that you don't jerk off to lolicon. But here we are. This is not a drill. This is
Maybe,
not a
who
hoax.
knows?
This is real. A while ago, I think it's even been months ago, a neutral party decided to get me and Carmen in a call to quote-unquote resolve things, where Carmen Ryder gave me a sob story talking about how they are drawn to age play and size play due to the abuse they faced in their past. I suppose this was supposed to convince me that Carmen isn't a pedophile and that they aren't like all the other lolicons. But me, not being as vindictive and ruthless as most of you like to say I am, I decided to take Carmen for their word on this, as I thought it was a human thing to do. And so in learning this
Yeah,
myself...
Kumo's definitely improved in his voiceovers, because he sounds a lot more slow and unsure here, but he has a lot more confidence in his later stuff.
And Neko
I mean,
Kodo
that just comes with, like, doing it for long enough.
Class Edgelord, and I believe Call Me Nil both being present, decided to propose to Carmen that there were healthier alternatives to dealing with this trauma than consuming literal illegal child pornography. And based on this call and my history with Carmen, this is going to be hard to believe, but Carmen...
I just hate the autistic lolicon isn't explicitly illegal and therefore it's fine, as if obscenity laws aren't real. Yeah, exactly.
Writer actually agreed. So time goes on, and I'm obviously not going to rush this individual because they had beforehand been expressing how much has been going on behind the scenes, that it's been stressing them. Myself, after what I think is longer than 5 months, but we'll say 5 months to be nice, decided that it's been long enough and it's time for the plan to kick in, the plan that Carmen and I had set. Though, yeah, it was a handshake agreement. I probably should have pushed for a piece of writing, maybe type it to me. I had put together a plan, because if what Carmen had told me was true, I would have felt awful, and so I decided to give Carmen a chance to not only clear their name and prove myself and everyone else wrong, but I also proposed that if they did this, I would take down my videos and give them a public apology. Now, I imagine some of you are thinking, well, that if what Carmen told you was true, that's like a golden opportunity. Why didn't they...
It is hard to follow what he's talking about because of the fact that his voice is so monotone, and that's... I mean, it's probably just an audio dysfunction thing that I have, audio processing dysfunction, but when a voice is very, very, like, monotone, it tends to drone on, and then it's hard for me to pick out, like, the parts of a sentence or a statement that I'm supposed to be really tuning into, because when it drones on like that, it's very easy for like people to sort of blank out, especially with people with ADHD or autism.
Take it. Well,
but I don't know, it doesn't matter that I'm giving him this critique, especially because it's an older video. I'm just saying.
I think that's because clearly what they told me had to have been a lie. Based on what you'll see in these clips that I'll play, the entire video has been uploaded. It goes by the title of Carmen Rider Denies
He sounds so shy. Yeah, he does.
Lolicon is pedophilia. There you can watch the entire call if you feel I left anything important out, or if you feel there might be more
We've been over this. Like, the correlations between being attracted to children and being attracted to lollies are, like, almost one for one. Because if the reason why you're attracted to a lolly character is because of their, like, childlike appearance and the childlike features of that character, that is the same criteria that makes that defines a pedophile. Pedophiles are attracted to the childlike features of a child because it's those childlike features are an indication that they are not ready to reproduce, which is the opposite of what human beings should be attracted to, right? That's why it's an outlier. That's why it's a paraphilia, and that's why it's seen as disgusting. And so when people are attracted to lolicon or sexualizing lolly characters, they're sexualizing the childlike aspects of that character. And therefore, it meets the same criteria as pedophilia, and it meets the same criteria as child pornography. Because if a group of laymen can look at a piece of lolly material or any sexual material, and they can see that there is an identifiable minor in that image, whether it's drawn or otherwise. And when they say identifiable, they do not mean that it has to be a real person that exists in real life. It has to be, like, a group of laymen can identify that, yes, this is supposed to be a minor. That's what it means. And if a group of people can determine that, then it is defined as child pornography. Lolicon is a body type. No, small and petite is a body type. Wally is not a body type. Like, how many people, like, are there any lollies in real life? No. You're talking about small and petite in a woman. That is not the same as lolly. The childlike features and their innocence. Well, yeah, it's not just about their looks. It's about how they act and behave and sound and how they talk. Those are also a factor in it, which is a big part of lolly culture. I read a whole study on Preds, and it showed that these Preds are as aroused by kittens as they are children because innocence? Oof. I don't know about that, but whatever. I'll just take your word for it. But yeah, no, that's what the law stipulates, Emo. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. I'm not sure why you're trying to die on this hill so much. It's not working out for you. Anyway.
Context that I'm just not giving to this call, or if you would like
You know what we call lollies in real life? Children.
to inquire further how that
Do I want the study? Yeah, you might as well just DM it to me. I can look into it later.
discussion went, based on what Carmen Ryder is going to
I'm small and petite. I'd be so happy if people stopped comparing my body to anime CP. Yeah,
try and
exactly.
feed me in this call, you're going to hear Carmen Ryder say that she's into size play and age play, and therefore that is why she consumes this content, not because she happens to have an attraction to kids. And when I propose to Carmen that there are legal ways to go about helping those individuals and yourself.
True.
I don't think it's pedophilic or immoral. I really don't. Well, there are multiple reasons people like lolly hentai, but that I think I have explained in the call that one call I had with you and Coda months or maybe a year back. I can't remember.
I don't believe you gave us your specific story about how you were just into age play and size play, and we then had you agree that there's probably more appropriate and legal ways to go about expressing this fetish. I believe Edgelord was there when you agreed to that. Coda was also there.
Coda was there, but I don't know if Edge was... I don't think
Edge was there
for the whole time.
He wasn't there the whole time, but he was there when we agreed upon that. I remember that.
Well, aside from the way I feel about it, from my emotions towards the genre...
Because how you feel doesn't change reality. It's like, well, I don't think it's child pornography. Well, too bad. I know that you don't think it's child pornography because you don't want to think of it as a wrong thing. That's how paraphilias work. Nobody who's a pedophile or a zoophile wants to think of themselves as a bad person. And the pedophilia, feeds into that delusion of you just trying to justify that delusion. That's how delusions work. Child proportions is what makes it disgusting, dude. Coming from a CSA survivor, lollies don't look like anything real. No, you know what lollies look like? They look like children! That's what they're supposed to replicate. What is this logic? Lollies are supposed to look like children. God damn it, my fucking thing. Anyway, sorry, go on.
There are other people who feel the same way, and those people I don't think should be labeled
those people.
It's the same reason why zoophiles are always like, no, but the animal wanted it. You know, there are clear signs that the animal is consenting to it, and then you know when the animal doesn't consent to it. They do all of these logical leaps and bounds because they don't want to see themselves as abusing an animal. And so instead of reflecting, they try to justify their paraphilia because it is a mental illness.
Those people can... So to help those people, what we do, Carmen, is we don't go about defending lolly. In fact, we try to directly help those people specifically. Right? I think that's more appropriate, and I think that's actually a lot more doable than playing around with this angry mob of an ecosystem that is a bunch of lolicons on the internet. People that genuinely jack off to kids. They are a very angry mob. They don't listen to reason.
Well, I don't think they're an angry mob. I just don't think that people should be calling them pedophiles when they're not.
They quite literally are.
I cannot agree with that.
It doesn't matter if you don't agree
do you know
with
what
it.
a pedophile is?
Yeah, someone who is attracted to children.
So do you understand that when you say fictional child and real child, that doesn't change the fact that it is a child? I understand the difference between fiction and reality. Don't start with the fallacies, okay? Do you understand that the word child is not removed from I'm attracted to fictional or real children, right? You understand that word did not get removed.
I do, but at the same time, it's still not pedophilia because I feel like
Very much so.
I mentioned this in the I mentioned this in the Tommy NFG video, and I said that there are gray areas to the subject of pedophilia, and it's not as straightforward as everyone
And
might
it's not as straightforward as we would like, but that gray area does not apply here. If lolicon is if lolicon is illegal child pornography under federal law, I think that's because it's pedophilic. I might be wrong on that. I don't think if some non-pedophilic material was out there,
Well, Emo, sorry to say, but it is. And you haven't shown anything that would say the opposite. And we've shown a lot of material that would say otherwise. I've gone over it in my streams. Kumo's gone over it several times. We've gone over it together. We've debated this. We've talked about this. And he's shown me citations in the law that says that, yes, this would fall under the category of child pornography. I'm sorry, dude. I can't get behind you on this one. And nobody here is either. And, oh shit. Whoops. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay, first of all, Wrath. You know what? Actually, you know what? Emo, you say it's simply because you're pro freedom of expression, but you're really, like, dying on this specific hill right now. And I'm not gonna have you around anymore. Also, Wrath, I accidentally timed, I also timed Vlad out on accident for 24 hours, because my phone fucked up. Yeah, alright, so he's just hidden from the channel as a whole. I'm not gonna entertain those arguments anymore. We're almost done with this video. But yeah. I don't want to entertain that argument anymore either. Really, the only reason I'm watching this video in particular is just to get a better understanding of who Kamen Rider was and why people hate him so much. Is there a way you could undo the timeout on Vlad? I can't do it on my end because I'm stupid. Vlad catching strays again! Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Vlad. I'm sorry, Wrath. It's over now. I apologize for that. Yeah, well, he's hidden from the channel, so we're not gonna have him around anymore. It was a mistake on my end to even entertain it for as long as I did, so I apologize. But yeah, I understand that's upsetting to you. So yeah, take a breather. Maybe chillax for a bit, because we're just gonna watch Kumo's videos anyway. But hey, I can DM you again when I come back around to do some storytime shit later on. How's that sound? But yeah, we're just not gonna entertain that anymore. Alright, anyway, we'll wrap up this video.
I think it would be illegal under federal law. Me personally, I don't have too much faith in our judicial system, but I have at least that much faith in them that they know CP when they see it.
The thing is, like, just because the law says it's wrong doesn't mean that it's wrong.
Yes.
For example, there's one example I use, and this might sound a bit weird, but, you know, this is
yeah, and this is the weed argument again.
you know, in a lot of...
And also, zoophiles and pedophiles, they will use this argument all the time, like, well, you know, being gay used to be illegal. Yeah, but being, like, homosexuality is between two, like, clearly consenting parties. Zoophilia and pedophilia are not. Like, weed, the reason why weed is becoming more legalized is because it's about, like, personal choice. It's about your own personal responsibility. Like, if you want to get high, you take on that responsibility. However, a child or an animal cannot consent to you making the decision to abuse them. And I know this is triggering to Wrath. I'm sorry, Vlad! I'm sorry! It wasn't... Okay, it's my fault. It was a mistake, though. I apologize. Yeah, no, Wrath, that's perfectly understandable. I'll DM you when we're talking about more lighter topics, if you feel better. Yeah, weed doesn't I mean, okay, weed can actually traumatize people, but again, it's all about personal responsibility. I think if the weed was sentient and didn't have a choice in the matter and was being forced to be smoked for whatever goddamn reason, it would... I feel like people would be less accepting of it. But anyway, whatever. Yeah, you do that, Wrath. I will message you when we're doing lighter stuff and doing some better, more fun story time stuff. Yeah.
A lot of states, weed is, you know, marijuana is illegal. But
Well,
most people
marijuana is
know
not
that-
marijuana. While it is similar in a sense to content that it is consumable, marijuana has medical benefits, but that's not at all like it doesn't at all like parallel to lolicon. The difference between marijuana being illegal in some states is because they couldn't tax it.
Weed helps me with ADHD quite a lot. It stops my brain from bouncing. Yeah, there's no proof, no studies, no nothing that like the consumption of child pornography stops people from engaging like in pedophilic stuff. Usually, hardcore pornography only helps to desensitize people to those things and makes them more likely to go out and do it in real life, especially with these harmful paraphilias, right? Because it's like a very uncontrolled thing. It's a delusion, it's a severe mental illness, right? Like zoophiles and pedophiles, they have to basically convince themselves that, no, I'm not a bad person. It's just that these things are morally okay and people just don't understand it. When there's very like scientific and psychological reasons why it's not. The reason why things like homosexuality isn't illegal anymore because there's no like scientific or biological or psychological backing that proves that homosexuality is harmful in any way to either party, because again, they're both consenting adults. You know, so I do actually understand what she's trying to say. I don't think saying either it's illegal or it's wrong because it's illegal is a good argument. I'd rather just call her a weird fucking move on. Yeah, it's one of those weird justifications that doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah.
And lolicon being illegal is because they quite literally see it as child porn. Everyone else seems to agree it was child porn, that's why it was made illegal.
At the same time, well, just because a law is made for this specific reason doesn't mean that that this law is any less valid or any more valid.
And look, I'm not as well versed in this as Kumo is. Kumo is a lot more invested in this discussion than I am. So he'd be the right person to argue this with, and maybe even Vlad as well. But I've sat down with Kumo in DMs and we've gone over his resources and he's shown me piece by piece these different resources that say yes, lolicon would be classified as child pornography if it was ever like taken to a criminal court, basically.
For example...
The problem is, yes, it's illegal, but it's not well enforced. And that's where the problem arises. If it was more enforced, then people would recognize it more as what it is, which is illegal.
The
And-
reasons are very, very, very important when we go into making these parallels, Carmen.
Okay, let me explain what I mean. Is the fact that, for example, the reason the age of consent was invented was because the U.S. government didn't like that prostitutes weren't paying taxes.
That's right. After I give Carmen a very reasonable and very fair suggestion, Carmen decides to divert and take a different road, conveniently avoiding the possibility of having to address what I said. So rather than helping these poor law.
Yeah, like, even if that's true, it doesn't really matter why a law was originally designed. What matters is why we still have that law in place. And the meaning or the purpose of a law can change over time. And I'm pretty sure that's if what he's saying is true, that's probably what happened here.
Lost souls that have just been led astray and turned to lolicon to help them cope with their age play and size play fetishes. We immediately avert to lolicons aren't pedophiles, and I think they shouldn't be called pedophiles. That's why they're mad. Carmen then tries to refer us to a video, but we've seen from Carmen in the past where they acknowledge that actual pedophiles are in lolicon communities, and even in this call, Carmen tries to say that they are shipped out of lolicon communities. But someone brought this point up to me that if pedophiles are jerking off to lolicon and joining lolicon communities, Carmen on multiple occasions has stated that pedophiles and predators that join lolicon communities get regurgitated out by the communities when it's really just a community.
Kumo appealing to consensus isn't a good argument either. The problem is Kumo is ultimately correct, but he keeps appealing to bad arguments. He's only winning because Carmen is worse. Yeah, that's kind of true. It's almost this circular argument going on, where it's like, lolicon isn't illegal. Yes, it is because it's child pornography. Well, just because something is illegal doesn't mean it's bad. Well, it's bad because it's lolly, and lolly is child pornography. Well, again, it feels like it does kind of go around in this circle without any progress being made.
Community of pedophiles. That would have to inherently mean that lolicon is attracting those individuals, and we all know what those individuals are attracted to. Pedophiles are attracted to kids, so that would inherently mean that that content is pedophilic. I highly recommend that you guys go and watch this call. It is very lengthy, but if you are at all intrigued by this subject, I think you should go watch it, as it might convince you even further than I have. I highly encourage anyone that is interested in this subject that makes content to make content on this subject, specifically regarding Carmen Rider here, because clearly they did not concede even back when they did. Carmen Rider has admitted this call existed. Carmen Rider has even listed the people that were in this call, as I have too. The people in that call will attest to the fact that Carmen Rider did concede. Based on this information, we can really just deduce that I was correct about Carmen Rider the first time. And I hate to bring this issue up once again, but Carmen Rider's demographic is mostly built of minors, mostly with emphasis. Carmen Rider opens most of their videos by saying they're 13 to 16 plus as of recent, and this is a problem because most Carmen Rider videos revolve around sexual topics. I'm not asking you guys to make videos on Carmen because I'm vindictive or I have a grudge or because I hate Carmen. I'm asking you guys to make videos on Carmen Rider and this subject because Carmen Rider is misleading their child demographic. These are young impressionable minds that are being led by Carmen Rider to think that this shit is okay. Carmen Rider, as you've seen in this video, is the person that is willing to deny the factual premise of pedophilia being a factor in lolicon. Denying.
Also, that's another factor in why just child pornography in general is illegal and, like, suppressed everywhere it rears its head up, or ideally it should be. On Twitter it's not, which is frustrating. But it also can mislead children into this idea that it's normal for children to be sexual with adults, which is not something we want kids to be thinking, obviously.
The premise that this is child porn, even though it's been legally classified under federal law, and there is no other way to describe it without child and porn in the same sentence. I want this to be a message to Carmen Rider's fans so that hopefully in the future they don't go around regurgitating this nonsense. Rev says Desu, Hero Hey, and Studio Needing, anyone that watches these people's videos, all of their defenses around lolicon are very flawed, and I do ask that you think twice. Lolicon is illegal, and anyone who has been arrested for possessing it and consuming it has never been outside of a jail cell or been allowed on the internet to tell you otherwise.
I mean, that's a good point. Oh good, we were just about to watch
Furries.
this video next anyway. No. Oh my god, I hate Opera GX sometimes. I have no idea why it gets so laggy. I don't even have any limiters on right now, so I don't know why it does that. Okay. I cannot find the study. It's annoying. It was a recent 2022 study. I see.
Furries.
Alright, so to preface this, I don't know a whole lot about Septipaws outside of, like, stuff that Peaches has said about them. Like, the most I know is that Septipaws, like, drew non-con art, of Peaches and other people, and, was okay with people archiving that stuff, and, I guess they're also a furry, and they were, like, threatening suicide or, like, you know, just kind of whining about the fact that nobody was taking them, was, like, believing them. I don't know. But yeah. Kumo wanted me to watch this video, and I was interested in finding out more about Septipaws, so hopefully this will be informative. This was around the same time, actually, as the Kamen Rider video. I just wish that Opera GX wasn't so retarded. I might end up, like, switching to Firefox or something, because it's getting annoying.
Septipaws is a furry. Septipaws is, well, was just a robot's thumbnail editor, but for the sake of time, we'll just call him Jar throughout this video. Septipaws has recently been under fire for all of their awful decisions and actions before, during, and after the hashtag Apologize Kamen Rider drama that Neko Koda and Septi created. There is much room for speculation as to both of their intentions, and how they've gone about responding and reacting to criticism about this hasn't done them
What
any
is this background footage? It's just... I can't tell if this is, like, royalty-free stuff or...
favors in the court of public opinion. First off, Septi has a history of initiating arguments in Kamen Rider's private Discord server. Yes, that Kamen Rider. Septi, for months on end, would be the aggressor, until one day they finally weren't. When this happened, they were quick to break down mid-argument and go on a tangent about their mental health that they had already been
What
sharing
is this?
about.
What is this footage? What am I looking at? Yeah, I wish I was looking at, like, evidence of what Kumo was saying instead of random background footage.
Septi, for months on end, would be the aggressor, until one day they finally weren't. When this happened, they were quick to break down mid-argument and go on a tangent about their mental health that they had already been sharing about. And everyone and their mother had already been informed that Septi had attempted suicide. Hell, even I had been informed, and I barely had a connection with Septi outside of the fact that they asked me last minute to be on my Kamen Rider video, and they also made my thumbnail. After Septi broke down in a chat, mid-argument mind you, Kamen
listen.
Rider decided to speculate and doubt.
Yeah, that is a pet peeve of when they're bringing up these timeline of events without actually, like, showing that these things happened. God damn it, Kumo, no more monotone.
The sincerity, since this was in the middle of an argument Septi was apparently losing it. Carmen suggested that Septi might be sad fishing, which is apparently a buzzword synonym for sympathy baiting. The moment Septi saw this, they came back and flipped their lid, and decided to escalate the situation even further, eventually and allegedly making another failed suicide attempt, which Septi would go on to blame Carmen for throughout this entire drama. Neko Koda and Lyo Convoy would go on to confront Carmen out of frustration due
Now see, I like these visuals. I like these visuals because it gives me a better understanding of what's going on rather than just hearing about it.
to their mutual friend Septi.
Even though it's not substantial, it's still better than nothing.
Having recently made an attempt on their own life. I personally think the confrontation about their spat with Septi was not necessary, as due to my common personal values, your priority should be to remove your friend from the situation and cut ties with the individual you're so upset at.
Yeah, I can
willing to
agree.
blame
I can agree, yeah.
because spite is not a healthy outlet. Shortly after this, Nekokoda would go on to create a targeted harassment campaign that she would instead market as a call to action. This one right here was a real tearjerker and a cock slurper. This one right here, such a masterpiece, had me crying out of both heads.
I almost hear a little bit of like, it's almost like there's like some moist critical inspiration in there. Because Critical also talks in this very monotone voice a lot of the time, or at least, at least he used to. So yeah.
Nekokoda thought it would be a great idea to mimic Mama Max's call to action about YouTube and pedophiles.
Yo, he was ahead of the time, Kumo. This Kumo guy was ahead of the time on that. That's funny.
Nekokoda, well, I think Oranges said it best.
Shut up, man! In what seems to be a serious call to action, from the Demon Slayer wallpaper to the poor articulation that sounds straight out of a GTA roleplay.
Doing better, but unfortunately, she crossed a line that is forcing my hand to attempt to create one of the biggest shitstorms the commentary community has fucking seen.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was driven to attempt suicide due to her actions. I am not exaggerating.
This actually turns out to be a cringy call to witch hunt. The things that comment
Moist is so boring. Yeah, I used to watch his stuff, but then he became like a big virtue signaler, and it became really annoying.
did and said should not be excused from criticism. However, I believe Kodo is more focused on getting an own and common instead of the actual victim. Not saying
And just so I don't piss Oranges off, he is a good friend. He did just after that say not to say Koda doesn't care about Septi. Anyway, to get back on track, according to
Kumo
Koda,
being concerned about pissing people off? That's uncharacteristic.
the action that turned out to be a targeted harassment campaign was approved by Septi, so that should justify Koda doing it on Septi's
Again,
behalf.
it bothers me that
Koda agreed
the evidence
that the
isn't being
targeted
shown on
harassment was a
screen.
bad decision, so Koda was somehow allowed to dodge a bullet there. However, I made a video calling Koda out for all of her bad decisions and bad behavior behind the scenes, titled Commentary Crusade Neko Koda. This was well received and seemed to have changed a lot of minds, in turn, killing off a portion of the backlash. However, Septi would see the video I sent them and shit their diaper via my DM.
So let me get this straight. You've decided to fulfill your hate boner for Koda by making another Crusade video and using what happened to me as ammo to benefit yourself and demonize her. I know that her video wasn't good, and if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be getting all the support that greatly helped my mental health after the fact. The fact you people tried to say she didn't even try to handle things correctly and be there for me is quite frankly disgusting. I don't know what you expected from me by showing me this video. Gratitude? Praise? Enjoyment? All I already got from this is another lame video trying to dunk on my friend while using me and my situation as your tool. Last time I checked, she was the one constantly checking up on me alongside with Leo, giving me advice, telling me to stay away from Common.
Hey, we have another Leo speaker. We have another Leo pronouncer. Nice.
You're a smart ass about the situation, and in the video you say you don't really have sympathy for me. Just because before the previous collab came out, I told Edgelord about my part, since I didn't know if I could trust you not cutting out anything from my segment that would make me look bad. E.g., me saying, I don't think Carmen's a full-blown pedophile. I don't know what your goal was here, but I didn't enjoy the video, and I don't think you were of help. Not to mention, you conveniently skipped out on the fact I attempted suicide twice, and Carmen was basically fully to blame the second time around, as opposed to breaking the camel's back last time. You also don't mention the fact
Yeah, no, you can't, like, blame your suicide attempt on someone else unless they were actively goading you into doing it. You know? Even then, it's hard to say that the blame is completely on somebody else for your own suicide attempt. That will always be your responsibility at the end of the day.
Also only been privated because Carmen threatened to flag it down because she is silencing people. She tried to do that with my second suicide tweet, so I would get suspended and people won't blame her. But I archived the tweets and it's still accessible. I know you don't go on Twitter, but you pointed out so much that you went back to do your digging and couldn't even include that. It's sloppy work at best and very disingenuous at work. At worst. Fuck.
I feel ya.
You could share that with me, since I would need it for my documentary when I get around to making it during fall. Otherwise, I'm quite displeased with you right now.
It's gonna just disregard all of the well-constructed criticisms and then call them ammo to fuel a hate boner, but I don't think I need to waste my time with you. I can't demonize someone who's already shitty. I didn't conveniently skip over the alleged attempt.
God damn it, Kumo. Kumo always does this. Kumo always, like, talks in, like, one, like, single paragraphs. So annoying. Kumo, please, you gotta break up your speeches into, digestible bits for people.
As that information wasn't publicly available, you cannot blame anyone for a suicide or an attempt unless they were blatantly trying to convince you to do so. You can only have yourself to blame if you made another attempt. Septi, to be quite honest, I have lost family members and close friends from suicide, so the fact that you're blatantly using your failed attempts as ammunition at Carmen is fucking repulsive.
Yeah.
I have it in me to do it, but I don't know that if I really wanted to die, I wouldn't cry for help like you have. To put it simply, it's very clear you were fishing for attention. The fact that you're willing to blame someone for your extreme and irrational decision.
Now, it is a bit, I would say out of pocket to just assume, like, if you were really suicidal, you would do A, or you would do XYZ. I'm not gonna say that's gatekeeping, but for everyone, their different reasons for feeling or being suicidal are always gonna be different, and everyone expressing those suicidal ideations is gonna be different. Some people, like, I know that some people are very, like, happy or seem to be doing well mentally, like, right before they kill themselves. And it's usually because they've already made the decision that they're going to do it at a specific time, a specific way, and they're, like, feeling relief that they're finally going to be leaving this mortal coil, essentially. Some people are absolutely miserable. Some people are having a manic episode. Some people are having panic attacks. Some people are going absolutely insane. Some people are, like, on social media constantly crying for help. And some people just don't mention anything at all. It's different. You should really see what I DM'd you after this. I already saw what you DM'd me. Do you want me to watch this video too? How long is it? Oh, it's not that long.
Man,
Okay, I can watch this if you want me to. But, yeah. I'm not sure what I'm gonna get out of it, though. I need a bit of context as to what it's about. Anyway.
Tells me all I ever needed to know about you. Trying to dunk on your friend, you have no ground to stand on since you've already made your...
I just hate that sometimes this argument when people, like, if you were really depressed, or if you really had anxiety, you would exhibit that mental health, that mental illness, the same way I've seen other people do it, or I've seen this specific other person do it. Like, it's trying to portray these mental illnesses as some, like, homogenous thing that only manifests one particular way, which is not the case.
Bias is so clear. I didn't use your failed attempts. I didn't use your bitching and moaning. I only gave them proper context about it. And that was a fraction of the video. We even spoke about you in it. We were criticizing Coda not trying to help you.
It's on this very subject matter? Okay.
The server, archives, and that's exactly what I did. Sloppy work at best. You're just upset that the video didn't finger your sad pussy.
Oh my god, Kumo. Oh my god. Why?
And you're upset that moaning and crying isn't being treated as rational, though. The way Coda has treated it. The chat archive is the link in the description. Make your documentary, but understand that others are going to relentlessly criticize you. You for continuing to bring these problems to social media rather than sorting them out yourself like a normal adult. I could give two shits about how upset you are in my video, but nothing about it is dishonest or manipulative. Nor did I have motives of personal gain. Now, if you don't mind, I have other shit to attend to other than your self-pity and manipulation.
God, I forgot how long this video is.
This is a screenshot from Carmen Writer's server.
Did we? No, it's still at the regular playback speed, but suddenly his voice is like 2 times speed.
Carmen Writer pings at everyone. Septi is threatening to kill themselves again. To anyone who has their address, please alert the authorities in their area. Do not dox their address here in all caps. Just send it to me or call me now if you have it. And then the following was a screenshot of Septi's, I believe, DMs stating that they're going to kill themselves. Reminder to prevent Septi from killing themselves.
The dog's barking in the background.
Shut the fuck up! Sorry.
Can't suspend it or prevent anything. Also, you didn't give proper context so much of anything, really. I don't care that you want to go back and forth with Coda. What I do care about is you dragging my situation into it, insinuating that Coda did nothing to help me, and neither did I try to get better. When in actuality,
people milking it. Oh, to be fair, there is a statistical norm. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's the same every time. That's what I'm trying to say. Meaning there are ways suicide manifests that are more common than others. That's true. You do have a point there. Like, there is an average, but that doesn't mean it never deviates from that. That doesn't mean that other instances of it happening are, like, rare or unseen. People milking it online is of the statistically least common. Yeah. Like, most of the people who milk it online typically don't actually go through with it. It's typically the people that are very quiet about it that end up actually doing it. You know, like, I don't know, like, let's say the Etika, for example, like, I don't think anybody had a single, like, yeah, he was having, like, severe mental health, like, breakdowns, but I don't remember ever, like, seeing an instance where he was, like, threatening to kill himself and then saying constantly, I'm gonna kill myself. I feel like dying. I feel like I'm gonna kill myself. At everybody, I'm gonna kill myself. And then he killed himself. Like, I think it was, from what I remember, it was just a complete surprise to everybody that it even happened. Again, that's not to say that it doesn't happen the other way around, but it's not as common as like what Vlad says.
I'm going to therapy every week. I'm taking my meds and stop focusing on Carmen. Your rational advice is the same thing everyone else told me. Don't think you're superior. Also, you're the one who shoved your
Yeah, it's the same as what everyone else has been telling you because it's rational. That's what makes it rational. If everybody around you is giving you the same advice, it's probably the most rational advice, usually.
video into my face, just for me to see it. I didn't go out my way to watch it. But, okay, I'm the piece of shit here because you don't do your research. They were and still are publicly available. But then, you complain that it's public. You can't make up your mind. I have no idea what was the point of this, but quite frankly, it's nothing short of stupid in my eyes. I have eye roll shit to attend to. Hence why I'm very sad I'll deal with this story in full when I'm successfully in America with my partner in a calm state. But that's already more than you care to know about me. I guess that's it.
They call for people to alert the authorities to try and prevent you from killing yourself. I gave more context than what was publicly available from an unbiased source, dragging your situation to me. Coda is the one who brought me to the social media, so this whole "it's stupid in my eyes" was probably English being your second language, right? Because you're too fucking stupid. Insinuating Coda did nothing to help me, neither did I try to get better. I blow a citation on that one. I also didn't shove the video in your face or gesture you to see it. I sent you a fucking link with no follow-up or context. Get over it. Get over yourself. You're a piece of shit for your false statements and blatantly biased misrepresentations of what I had to say on the matter. In the video was a video criticizing Coda. I spent more time in the video dissecting her semantics and dishonest debate tactics than I spent talking about your sad little mental state and how you try to blame others when you fly off the handle over mean words on the internet. The point of the video was to criticize Coda's actions and behaviors because I did it because I was demanded to speak on the subject by her Coda herself.
Maybe it's because I lost the plot a little bit, but I'm confused as to what Septi is, like, upset about. Is Septipaws upset that her emotions and how she feels wasn't mentioned enough in a Nekokoda video? OMG, Kumo, so many words, I know, and it's not formatted in an easy to read way.
Because people kept bugging me about this.
The video I sent you is about a guy that offed himself and blamed 2 content creators for his decision, despite not speaking with them for over a year and spawning an E-war in his name. Yeah, I mean, there have been instances where people have taken their own lives, like, I call it, like, spite suicide, where they take their own lives and they try to make it out like it was somebody else's fault. And it's never somebody else's fault if someone takes their own life. Unless, like, it's never gonna be completely someone else's fault, because you can't force somebody to commit suicide. Then it would just be murder, right? But anyway, I digress.
Situation and how distasteful I found yours and Coda's decisions to be. The very fact that you're getting this defensive about a video that is targeted towards Coda says enough. But you don't get to claim that I'm using your temper tantrums as ammunition when I'm proving that Coda used them as ammunition by calling Coda out for what you just accused me of twice. I am doing the same thing as Coda. Last I checked, I didn't grandstand Coda. Also, don't think you're superior. I hate to break it to you, but I am superior to you. I'm superior to Coda.
Oh boy. Kumo. Yeah, I guess this was during the time that he was a Senate member, right? So of course he has this superiority complex. It just comes with the territory, I suppose.
Commentary jerk-offs. We could go on this all day listening about things about me that make me better than all of you, but that's not what I did in my video, and I never even brought that fact up. So
even though you brought it up just now, I suppose.
You can cope better with your internet trauma, go to work, or e-bag that plane ticket to the US, do whatever the fuck you want, but you haven't done yourself any favors. I sent you the link with no context or follow-up. You click that link and snap through the video despite the one disclaimer at the beginning.
Tell that to the mini-war I caused with my video. I was called a piece of shit by literal thousands because I thought the guy should be responsible for his fatal decision. Well, we'll see when I see the video.
Stating that it would be about.
Thankfully, it seems
And for the record,
blissfully
the tweet
short.
was only up for 20 minutes 2 weeks ago, and 2 weeks ago I was too busy to play catch-up because I had been working on that colossal project.
Props to the guy who's reading this out, because I probably would have gotten a headache from trying to read this.
Be so upset about. Call it lazy and half-assed all you want. Won't change the fact that you're molding. You don't know how much effort I put into this project. You don't know how many nights I would fight back and forth with my sleep schedule doing research and editing scripts for people who ultimately didn't even end up using them. I tried being as charitable to you as possible, but the deeper I dug, the more conflicting it got. By no means are you some sort of precious or innocent life. All lives matter, but I'm not about to grandstand Carmen like she killed a fucking puppy, when in actuality, she just said mean words to you on the fucking internet.
So you're missing the point. As you said, a single incident is all you need to label me as a worthless piece of shit. Says more than I needed to hear from you. You don't know me, Kumo. Never did, never will. We were not friends. We didn't talk much at all. All you don't know... You don't know anything of importance about me whatsoever. You're not the only one who had serious struggles in life. You're not the only one who lost family members to suicide and other tragedies. It's not what mean words being thrown at me through the internet. But you don't care to hear my story, so I won't even start. The fact is, this isn't about you criticizing my friend and me being defensive over it. I tried to give it the benefit of the doubt and sit through the video thinking it won't be so bad. The parts that do feature my situation simply doesn't sit right with me. And seeing you as an outsider who had no real obligation to be involved, you make the bold claim that Coda did all of this to fulfill her own selfish needs, when in reality, he was
That's Kumo reading it? No, it's actually not. It's somebody else reading it for him.
To land me support by
I
any means
think.
necessary.
Unless he picked up reading it after. But he was showing that the voiceover was credited to somebody else.
shows that you never had strong enough bonds with anyone. Otherwise, you would recognize the sincerity beyond the flaw in fuck.
Initiation.
Initiation, holy shit. If you want to feel superior,
well, see,
then
that was
it's a
him.
reality certificate. All I was saying was your voice of reason can be summed up as stop focusing on common. Live life, have fun, work on yourself, get better, talk to people. Okay, that's the same exact advice everybody else told me to do. And I took it. What I meant by you're not superior is that you were not the only rational party here. The whole situation started on the wrong foot. But I've been slowly getting better, and everything will be resolved in due time. As for you, this may not seem
I like how she says you're not the only rational party here, like implying that he was being rational.
anything. This may not mean anything to you, but I was hoping you would succeed at hitting that one count.
unless she put it in quotations that wasn't emphasized. I can't see it. I can't read this at all.
You would continue making content and that you'll be successful one day. I've seen potential in you. It was part of the reason why I offered to help you. I wanted you to stick around and raise as a content creator, since at one point that was something you were hoping for. So much for having good faith, I guess. No matter what I tell you now, you'll just see me as a dishonest piece of shit who pities themselves for attention and blames others for their own faults. If that is what you want to believe, then so be it. I think it's very sad that it's come to this. I thought we would be chill all the way though, and you bid farewell to do better things. I'd be one of the first ones to wish you good luck on your journey.
After a mistake this severe, you would think that they would learn from it, and they wouldn't be calling Carmen out for being inconsiderate, but this is Nekokoda and Septipaws we're talking about. They really should have titled this campaign Plan to Eradicate Our Credibility. Septi on multiple occasions would get caught weaponizing their mental health, most notably.
No, Vlad, we're not saying shit like that. Come on. Come on, I don't want to have to time out your other account. I know you have like 13 of them, so I'll do this all fucking day if I have to. I don't have any moderators here, so I gotta do it myself now.
Notably in their DMs with
Sad
Class
face.
Edgelord, they would persist in attacking Carmen and brush what I and many others had to say about them to the side, constantly rejecting the very
Nope, hold on. Gotta do my due diligence. We gotta go back.
campaign Plan to Eradicate Our Credibility. Septi on multiple occasions would get caught weaponizing their mental health.
Let's see. Septi says, "You made a promise. You are bound to keep it. It was an agreement. Cut Carmen off, or my blood will be partially on your hands as well." Yeah, that's definitely weaponizing suicide. Oh, I see Okay, Jace. Well, I didn't know if you were, like, present. That's all. I don't think you understand Septi enough to get why. No, I know, but it's still not a good idea to be encouraging people to kill themselves. I'm not gonna promote that here. Sorry. Yeah, but that's definitely weaponizing suicide in order to threaten somebody. You are also largely at fault for my attempt. No, they're not. And the world will know that if you push... And the world will know that if you push me too far. Yikes. Plus, Edgelord says in response to this, "Yeah, no, do X or I will kill myself. While I may value Septi's life, I'm not letting him hold his life over my head, regardless of whether he is a victim or not." Oh, Septipaws is a guy? I didn't know that. I just kind of, like, I associate name and profile often with, like, gender. Optics. Whatever, Vlad. Cry about it. This is still very unacceptable behavior, so yeah. And, hey, props to Kumo. It is saying what he says it's saying, so yeah.
Most notably in their DMs with Class Edgelord, they would persist in attacking Carmen and brush what I and many others had to say about them to the side.
My partner is now worried, sick, since I don't tell him about this stuff. People like you don't fucking help at making it easier to open up. It's not their job to. You promise to stay away, then fucking do it. You're letting her manipulate you to crawl back to her. Don't. Avoid her. I don't know. Is Septi talking about Carmen Ryder? Hold on.
Occasions would get caught weaponizing their mental health, most notably in their DMs with Class Edgelord. They would persist in attacking Carmen and brush what I and many others had to say about them.
Okay, so he's talking about Carmen Ryder. But no, you don't really get what I'm saying. It's not encouraging anything, it's calling the bluff. He will never do it. Still, you shouldn't be calling somebody's bluff anyway. You just have to say, like, I don't want you to die, but I'm not gonna be held hostage by a threat either. That's all you have to say. It's not about calling their bluff. I'm back. My boyfriend wanted to have breakfast with me. Well, that's sweet. And I doubt he wanted to hear about CP first thing in the morning. You know what? Fair enough. You know, it probably wasn't the best way to open up my stream either. Ugh. Okay, anyway. That's the bare minimum after the shit you pulled me through. Or do you want to be on the list of names I'll say before my suicide live stream? But Jesus Christ. Before I end it and I snap so bad that it will happen. Like, this is a real example of, like... Sorry, of actively threatening suicide. I disagree with Kumo. I don't think he is weaponizing mental health. I think he is straight up just manipulative. Well, no, I don't think he said weaponizing mental health. Let's go back.
Calling Carmen out for being inconsiderate, but this is Neko Koda and Septipaws we're talking about. They really should have titled this campaign Plan to Eradicate Our Credibility. Septi on multiple occasions would get caught weaponizing their mental health, most notably in their...
God damn it, my fucking thing. I wish it would stop doing the neck thing. I can't fix it. It's so dumb. What in the 13th reason why is this shit? Yeah, okay, I would agree that there... I mean, don't get me wrong, Septi, like, it seems like Septi has mental health problems. I mean, you have to be mentally ill to some extent to be acting like this, right? It's my personal thoughts on it. But, yeah, I don't think it's so much, like, weaponizing her mental health, or, his mental health, as much as it is, like, manipulating. Yeah.
Their DMs with Class Edgelord, they would...
No, it's fine, Gilded. I actually go and do my research.
It's also acting the very rational, what I and many others had to say about them.
Sorry, we'll go back to this. Edgelord says, dude. Because right now you're really fucking close. Blech, fuck. Stomach noises. Stop. Class Edgelord says, what the fuck? Why? Just why? This is just fucked. Yeah, you and Carmen fucked me up this badly, and Fu, and I have enough to worry about IRL. Then just go offline for a bit. Why aren't you just going offline then? 2 days ago, my piece of shit abusive father called me and we just argued again. That didn't help. And now this shit. It's you people who fucked me up this badly. I wasn't like this 2 months ago. Press X to doubt on that one.
The side, constantly rejecting the very rational advice that people like myself and Leo Convoy were giving Septi. It's also
Leo giving rational advice? The hell's wrong with your head, Kumo?
So funny how Septi has gone on to demonize me in this entire situation when they also say that I wasn't.
Yes, you have to be mental to do that, yes, but not any mental illness anyone would respect. True. True. I mean, you can respect the fact that somebody has mental health issues without, like, showing respect or approval of their actions. People are still responsible for their actions, unless they're, like, totally batshit insane. People are still held responsible for their actions, even if they're mentally ill.
Wasn't the only rational person telling them what I was telling them, which kind of just suggests even...
And when I say batshit insane, I mean, like, the kind of insane that would get you put into, like, a government mental facility. Like, not guilty by reason of insanity type of insanity.
And more that Septi was being a retard and refusing to listen to those around them trying to help them. Don't get me wrong, I don't think Septi has a I know best mentality, but I think Septi had no intention of doing the right thing from the jump. According to Septi, I was giving them very simple advice that I had not heard anyone else in the calls I had been in with them give Septi any advice that was even remotely similar. In fact, I remember a couple of times I might have argued with people in those calls because I thought they were giving Septi awful advice, especially for the very volatile mindset Septi was in.
Probably a lot of that awful advice from Leo.
Sometime after the witch hunt that was #apologize Carmen Writer, Koda and many others would create and spread around a hashtag by the name of Septi Support Squad, made with the sole intent of monetary gain and quickly lathered in sympathy for Septi. It was allegedly made with the goal to get Septi to monetization and raise enough money for them to be able to afford to flee Hungary to the US to live with their partner. Septi and Koda would make a video that would be on Koda's channel ultimately, and Septi would feature in a 1 hour long segment, where Septi would be extremely tone-deaf and grandstanding Carmen, whilst weaponizing their mental health. In doing so, Septi in their segment would make verbal attacks, satirical spiteful remarks, and use memes all throughout their segment. Not to mention excessively victimizing themselves even when it wasn't even severe. Septi would ultimately reach their goal of reaching 1,000 subscribers on their YouTube channel, and as of
Yikes.
September 2nd, they would be safe and sound in the US with their partner. Shortly after, they would also become eligible for monetization. At some point after arriving in the United States, Call Me Nil would be unaware of this fact and send Septi Paws $700 Canadian currency. According to Call Me Nil,
Call Me Nil just seems like a guy who's too generous for his own good, in some cases.
a week later they would ask Septi if they could spare $10 for them, since they were suddenly in a pinch and at risk for losing the license for all of his music, to which Septi would tell Nil that they didn't have any money left. I'm not telling anyone what to believe, and I'm not encouraging anyone to speculate on the facts, but I cannot stop you from doing so. I just figured this information was significant enough to go in this video.
I
Kamen Rider
guess.
would make an awful response video.
But, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that, like, I mean, if you give somebody money and then you ask for money later and they can't pay you back, I don't know if that's really a condemnation on Septi, really.
Which they would also make a thumbnail of Koda supposedly being raped. Septi
Oh,
would...
whoa, hold on. What?
This information was significant enough to go in this video. Kamen Rider would make an awful response video in which they would also make a thumbnail of Koda supposedly being raped.
Ooh.
Septi would false DMCA strike this video, and their justification is that Carmen was revealing confidential details about Koda's personal and private relationships.
Yeah, not the thumbnail,
Septi
I guess.
would engage in drama and hint at a follow-up video on Carmen being made. Septi would make a response to Carmen that would also double as the big video that they were previously hinting at. Septi would later be exposed for making a picture of Carmen very clearly being raped by prison mate Luke and...
Right, and this is the one that Peaches was complaining about on Twitter. Oh damn, I just woke up, restart the stream? It's okay, you didn't miss much. You can skip all the Final Fantasy XIV shit.
Kai Weiss. All three parties Septi did not have...
So hold on, okay, hold on.
...that they were previously hinting at. Septi would later be exposed for making a picture of Carmen very clearly being raped by prison mate Luke and Kai Weiss. All three parties Septi did not have consent from to make this image.
Right.
It would also be revealed that at some point during the massive Hopeless Peaches drama, Septi would make artwork of Hopeless Peaches without their consent, depicting Peaches exposing herself and offering her body to the...
And just to give my take on the, drawing non-con art or pornography of someone's character without their consent, I disagree with doing that. If somebody made, like, sexual art of my avatar without my permission or asking me beforehand, I would still feel, I mean, like, it wouldn't be a reason for me to demonize somebody, but I would still be really uncomfortable and just be like, okay, why would you do that? But, like, I guess the way I see it, it's the same thing, not like a one-for-one, but it's kind of the same idea as, like, an OnlyFans person or a porn star or something. Like, if they get paid to, like, be in a porno, or they shoot a porno, or even do something for free and then post it online, like, they're within their right to do that, like, if they're sexualizing themselves. But then if somebody were to post, like, a real life footage of them being assaulted, or a sex tape that was made without their knowledge, that's seen as, I mean, it's not just seen, but it is, like, not only is it illegal, but it's highly immoral to do that sort of thing. I don't know why people want to make non-con of YouTube personas in the first place. Yeah, it just seems really extremely, like, petty and unnecessary, in my opinion. I've known people like Septi my whole life. They're emotional terrorists, I can imagine. Yeah.
Audience. Clearly a reference to something traumatic in Hopeless Peach's past that has been shared before.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is I can't really get behind this argument of, well, she can't be upset of people making rape art of her character without her consent because she already sexualizes her character. Like, it doesn't matter. We aren't okay with that kind of shit being done to, like, porn artists. Or at least we shouldn't be. Like, I don't think it matters. I can draw when I want. I can draw what I want, when I want. I don't need consent. Could it be creepy? Sure. However, this idea of limiting expression based on feels, yeah, but you could apply that same logic to other things that we talked about earlier, Vlad. I agree they're not like a one for one, they're not exactly the same. And you're right, you can draw that stuff if you want to. In terms of like non-con art between adults, with exception to kids, and animals. And animals. Don't forget that. But, you can. I just don't agree with it, and I find it distasteful. And I think I'm well within my right to have that opinion as much as you're within your right to make that kind of stuff. I think that's pretty fair. It can be classified as sexual harassment. It could be. Although I haven't heard any case where somebody drawing rape art of somebody was, like, actually deemed, like, criminally sexual harassment. So, it could be a legal gray area as far as I know, but I'm not sure.
Septi would then get into many calls where Septi would get called out, and Septi would fail to convince anyone that they weren't at fault. Septi would also be backed into many corners for many things, some of which were even pertaining to my interactions with Septi.
Whole video thing we argued about.
God damn it, Leo.
Which video?
I think, like I saw your stream, and I'm gonna get back to it later for a different reason, but you said that what I was trying to do the whole time was make you out to be a bad source of information.
Well, but yeah, they'll like completely brush over that, and this entire segment, as you'll see, is them just trying to demonize me from the get go, so that anyone listening to anything I have to say isn't gonna think twice. Well,
there is
okay, cool.
That was not my goal actually. What I was trying to convey there is you are someone who has given Corman like plenty of black eyes in the past, and even your recent call, you have confirmed that you will continue on watching her and step in when she does something stupid.
On higher playback speed, so
Sorry, I'm getting whiplash from cutting to these different clips. Hang on, I have to back up a bit.
Things, some of which
it is distasteful. We can agree on that. I'm not saying that you're not allowed to do it. I just wouldn't agree with doing it. That's what I'm trying to say.
were even pertaining to my interactions with Septi.
And I also would try to discourage that.
Video thing we argued about.
Video thing?
Right.
Which video?
I think
Sorry, I need more context for this. Hold on.
Past that has been shared before. Septi would then get into many calls where Septi would get called out, and Septi would fail to convince anyone that they weren't at fault. Septi would also be backed into many corners for many things, some of which were even pertaining to my interactions with Septi.
Video thing we argued about.
Video thing?
Right.
Which video?
I think like I saw your stream, and I'm gonna get back to it later for a different reason, but you said that what I was trying to do the whole time was make you out to be a...
I thought it was the opposite this whole time. I thought Septi was a girl and Carmen Ryder was a boy. It just goes to show how much I don't understand people's pronouns. We can all agree drawing sexual art of avatars is cringe. At bare minimum, I see what you did there. Secondly, no one seems to be against drawings of animal porn. Example, Baldur's Gate 3. It's a gray area for sure, like, because of the fact that, like, he's a druid and it's supposed to be, like, more than just a regular bear. He's, like, supposed to be, like, a sentient, like, bear with a human brain. I don't want to get into that argument again. I know we've had that argument before. But, yeah. I would say out of the two things, it is more normalized. The not only just jokes about it, but also just portrayals of bestiality are more normalized than pedophilia in media. You can draw what you want, sure, but it's also perfectly fine to say you're in the wrong for it. True. Hey, Sophia.
Bad source of information.
Well, but yeah, they'll like completely brush over that, and this...
I'm not sure why we're like jumping in. Like, are these two different clips or are they part of the same call? I'm a bit confused.
We argued about.
Video thing?
Right.
Which video?
I think like I saw your stream, and I'm gonna get back to it later for a...
Oh, are the different clips, is that referencing Kumo's stream that he's talking about? Which commentary creators like Kumo would at least put subtitles? It's hard to understand what the clips are saying. Yeah, I don't have it sped up, by the way. He does. It can be difficult, I agree.
Different reason, but...
Or at least use subtitles to highlight the key points of what they're saying.
You said that what I was trying to do the whole time was make you out to be a bad source of information.
Well, but yeah, they'll like completely brush over that, and this entire segment, as you'll see, is them just trying to demonize me from the get go, so that anyone listening to anything I have to say isn't gonna think twice.
Well, there is
Okay, go on.
That was not my goal, actually. What I was trying to convey there is you are someone who has given Carmen, like, plenty of black eye.
Wonder what's the topic of the day? We're watching one of Kumo's older videos on Septipause. And this is while Kumo was still in the Senate, you could say.
In the past, and even your recent call, you have confirmed that you will continue on watching her and step in when she does something stupid.
On higher playback speed, so
We'll just skip this, but there's one thing I want to bring up that Kumo said in his video on the situation.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, that Kumo.
Ah, yes, that's Kumo. The one who, on multiple occasions, told you to kill yourself, called you slurs, actually accused you of being a pedophile, said I was an attention-seeking piece of...
Genuinely, the amount of attacks you made, going after my credibility, you were demonizing me. You said things like, yeah, this guy's credibility, we can play clips if you...
Yeah, I hate this idea that when you bring somebody up, like, you have to list the laundry list of all the things that you think that they did wrong, just so that everybody knows how bad they are and how uncredible they are. It's annoying. I hate it.
But you were attacking my credibility and you were making ad hominem attacks to me as a person, playing clips out of context and giving them the least charitable interpretations to try and demonize me and make me look like I'm actually like a really shitty person. I'm edgy, but I'm not shitty.
Yeah, Vlad, that's fair. You don't have to tune into it.
Q.
Just reeks
I'm just watching it for the content the context that's being presented.
of credible source, doesn't it?
See, that's already, like, trying to, like, you're bashing my credibility. You're like...
What I was trying to convey here...
That's what I just said.
With that whole thing, like, I wasn't trying to, like, generalize it that you're a bad source of information or, like, a shitbag. I was focusing...
You were trying to debunk Q.
Just reeks of credible source.
Well, I don't like these cuts. These cuts are very, like, back and forth.
Doesn't it?
And Carmen, right? That was the purpose of the video. So if you used me and my segment, that means you were trying to debunk my segment, which you ultimately could not do. You did not do. Nothing in what you said debunked it. In fact, I think the only challenge you made to anything I said in my video was, no, it's not.
Oh, Kumo's reaching, but I'll just
These
point
are
out
all
these
your
really
sins.
deceptive practices, these word choices such as Carmen and some other factors, to then depict a more honest depiction, which is still pretty bad faith, being partially responsible for driving that person to that point.
Hang on, let me go
In
back
fact,
a
I
little
think
bit.
the only challenge you made to anything I said in my video was, no, it's not.
Oh, Kumo's reaching, but I'll just point out these really deceptive practices, these word choices such as Carmen and some other factors, to then depict...
I mean, yeah, that's a little bit vague. I would prefer more, like, specific language, personally.
the more honest depiction, which is still pretty bad faith, being partially responsible for driving that person to that point.
It's not a deceptive tactic.
So, I'd hate to go back and forth with you on this one all day because it's clear you don't want to accept that it was actually an attack. It's very clear. I don't see any other way you could interpret what you said about me as not an attack, especially given the malicious language and the manner you went about referring to myself and my competence. I think if you would like to have some plausible deniability in the future, you should pay a little bit more attention to the language you use when you're describing people that you disagree with. Also, I doxed Neko Koda. That's a really interesting one.
Well, trying to get desperate the original video, and he also doxed my friend by carelessly showing that face without permission, and claims to be a better person.
Bringing attention to it. Okay, that's funny. You want to accuse me of...
Yeah, because like what Kumo has done here in this video is that he's playing his stream on 2x speed while also reacting to a video that I think is also on 2x speed. So now we're watching a video where Septi is... By the way, this is like a video... This is a reaction of a reaction... No, this is a video of a reaction of a Fuck. This is a reaction of a video of a reaction of a video. So we're having some reactionception here. But, so... I don't know, the crime Kumo committed here specifically is that he said a bunch of mean shit. What else is new about Kumo? But like, so now we're watching Septi, who's at 4x speed, and Kumo, who's at 2x speed. Like, if I had this video on 2x speed, then Septi would be talking at 8x speed right now, which is a little bit annoying. I feel like in your video, you should avoid, like, speeding people up when you're trying to provide context to things. I know it makes the video a little bit longer, but that's when you need to, like, pick and choose what points are relevant and which ones aren't at that point.
Of it when the video is taken down now. And I thought we had a discussion about that.
Video, and he also doxed my friend by carelessly showing that face without permission.
Like, I can barely understand
okay,
what
so
Septi's
I doxed
saying.
your friend. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and put it out there. I put Neko Koda's face in the Vortex video. Did I do it intentionally? In fact, I told them it was completely unintentional. I told them that I have multiple like different faces in my files titled retard face 1 through 8, and I just put one in there. Like I wasn't even thinking about it. I just threw.
I mean, it's a very convenient coincidence that it just so happened to be their face, but whatever.
It in there, and I just continued on down the timeline.
I know,
and then
Vlad.
I came back to it, and I was like, "Who is that?" And then I just didn't think.
For me, it's just how sped up it is,
so
needlessly.
That's just like, that's so malicious. How you'd say, "Oh, he doxed my friend." I didn't dox anyone. Their personal information. First off, Coda sent.
Hungarian apparently is their accent.
Coda sent the picture that was in the video to a server full of people that most of us, we didn't even fucking know each other. Most of us in there were strangers. So Coda sent it to a server. Okay. Anyone could have been invited to that server, as far as I'm concerned. And, like, who fucking cares? Like, I didn't go in the video and say, oh, this is Neko Coda. I just put a face up, like a dumb-looking face up, with no context, while I was doing the Leafy voice. I was literally mocking Vortex. It had nothing to do with Coda. So the whole, you doxed my friend. Like, you're such a piece of shit. You're just trying to poison the well.
He claims to be a better person than most people in the entire company. Okay, so before we get on to that, to just acknowledge what you said,
well, that was part of you trying to demonize me. You said I doxed your friend, Neko Coda. That's part of you trying to demonize me. What about me allegedly doxing Neko Coda has anything to do with Carmen's video?
I was pointing out that you yourself can do some shitty things sometimes out of...
Ah, classic deflection. Is that directly after what Kumo asked?
Neko Coda has anything to do with Carmen's video?
I was pointing...
It's hard to tell, just because of the nature of how Discord calls work and how laggy they can get. It's hard to tell if this is actually directly after, but whatever.
What about me allegedly doxing Neko Coda has anything to do with
No, because Kumo mentions in this video that that Septipaz was trying to move out of Hungary, which would imply that they are Hungarian.
Carmen's video.
I was pointing out that you yourself can do some...
But yeah, if this is directly after what Kumo was just asking, then yes, this would be deflection.
Shitty things sometimes out of carelessness.
Well, you can be shitty sometimes, too. Kinda.
Out of carelessness. Out of carelessness. Who are you to grandstand and be in...
Yeah, and that's a mistake on Kumo's part, where he allows this deflection to happen, rather than trying to keep Septi on track.
Moral flag and say...
Like, if you ask a question and then they try to deflect, the best thing to do would be to try and ask the question again. And be like, hey, can you answer my question first? But yeah. Instead of going for this, Leo-esque moral outrage that he's about to do. My inner Bloodsport Spurg is coming out watching this. I would not allow Septi to speak, and I would just bully him. Yes, we know, Vlad.
Say things like carelessness and criticize people and give them...
If he's... Fuck off! If he's so Hungarian, he should get a snake! Oh my god, that is such a good one. I've never heard that one before.
Judge them out of hindsight. Who are you to do that?
Since I myself can confirm that if it wasn't for Carmen, it's possible I could have maintained a reasonably sound mind and not go down in the deep end.
Septi is on quote-unquote break, and we can only guess as to what they're planning to do when they come back. But having the vindictive, dishonest traits of most SCC slideshow commentary community members, it's probably only going to get worse. And that, ladies and ladies with dicks, should be the end of the video. However,
correct.
It's not. Septi made an apology. And because of this, because of a clip we're about to see, this video is probably going to get extended even longer than it already is.
Engaging in the very thing that traumatized me, but only led me into a deep chasm with no way out. I choose not to go down that route. However,
so hyperbolic.
Since my account got suspended and I could not regain access to it, there was nothing.
Have you heard me? Yes, I have heard you and Kumo argue, at least twice. I remember the shouting match you guys were in while you were drunk, and he was like shouting at you like, "Go drink some water!" And me and Jason and I were just laughing our asses off. I remember that.
I can do to hide my dark past. So people who came across this type of imagery will assume the worst and label me as this wicked degenerate freak who's in favor of cop porn. Well, I'm glad to disappoint you.
What is this editing and this narration? This is so overdramatic.
That's not actually the case. I don't engage with such deplorable depictions anymore. Haven't been for a long time. But it's time to own up to it. The whole thing about the incest, yes, I admit, the idea of role-playing such a...
No, okay, this is an interesting thing that I've actually been thinking about and I wanted to bring up as a point of discussion with you guys, is that if someone admits that, yes, in the past I engaged in, like, let's just say cub porn, for example. Mama Max Core editing. Oh, that's right. He did say that Septi was trying to replicate that style. Yes, I remember now. But let's say somebody is like, yes, I engaged in cub porn roleplay or something like that, but I haven't done that in a long time. I don't do it anymore. I recognize it was wrong and I regret it. Like, if somebody were to say that, would you forgive them? Like, would you be able to recognize that they've changed and they no longer agree with those actions, or would you still hold them accountable for those things? I'm curious as to what your opinions are about that.
Thing is a thought that I could not escape. Not since I was a teenager who often remembered their trauma. But the idea of the real thing happening never crossed my mind. Not once.
Like, regardless of their justifications as to why they were doing it at the time.
So, if the alarms aren't fading away inside of your head, I will address the images within the gallery. These were the pieces I just talked about.
Oh boy, okay.
I will address the images within the gallery. These...
Oh, so these were liked images on their Twitter. I see. I wouldn't forgive them since Septi brings up the past that justifies... No, I mean, like, I'm not talking about Septi in particular. I'm talking about, like, a hypothetical person that says, like, yes, I used to engage in that stuff, but I haven't engaged in it in a long time. I believe it's wrong, and I wish I hadn't done it, and I regret it. Like, someone like that. No one changes, no forgiveness. The fact that they're alive reflects poorly on society. If they acknowledged it was wrong and why it's wrong, then I think they should be given room to prove their growth. If he doesn't repent, he's not yet forgiven. Yeah, like, if he's just trying to make excuses for it without recognizing, that it was wrong, then that's a red flag, in my opinion. It also depends on how old they were. Yeah, those sort of things, it depends on those factors as well. So, yeah.
These were the pieces I just talked about. Then we have something that's really
Yikes.
grasping at straws. Like, come on. Michiru
What do you mean? Hold on, what do you mean? Hang on.
Drama. But the idea of the real thing happening never crossed my mind. Not once.
It doesn't matter.
So, if the alarms aren't fading away inside of your head, I will address the images within the gallery. These were the pieces I just talked about. Then we have something that's really grasping at straws. Like, come on. Michiru from BNA, who's canonically between 17 to 18.
It's bordering. But again, he's just trying to make excuses for this instead of owning up. Like, he's saying, oh, I'm going to own up to it, but here he's just, he specifically brushes past the other ones and then clings onto this one like, okay, now you guys are grasping at straws. Okay, but what about the other ones that you just showed? How are those ones, like, justified? God, I feel like I'm having... God, this is another deja vu moment. Wait, I'm sorry, Enlaa, when you say engages, when do you mean, like, faps off to it? I'm talking about, like, engaging in, like, making art or writing stories about it, whether or not you actually fap off to it or not. I feel like we've had this exact same conversation before. Holy shit. I'm getting... Maybe that's just like maybe this is a byproduct of talking with Vlad for so long. You start to become fucking mentally ill. Septi is famous for never owning up to anything. Yeah.
So is it really that much of a gray area to be attracted to some random furry character with more than enough adult features? Like, don't get me wrong. The same argument
Yeah, but if this video is about owning up to it, then you should be owning up to the stuff that you view as wrong, but if you don't actually view any of this as wrong, then you're not owning up to anything.
Doesn't work when it comes to actual lolly and shoda imagery, as I find those to be
It sounds like he's just trying to
abhorrent,
justify it.
But saying that this image is scub is pushing it a bit too far. The final one featured in this gallery is this picture of Nate the rabbit, who's really just a short character who's meant to be 25 to 28. At least I would assume so, based on the fact is the
Yeah, this would not classify as him owning up to anything.
creator self-insert. It's just an adult rabbit who happens to be small. Don't give me the
The
it
poo
looks
head
like a child
consumes.
argument. Didn't ask for your opinion, don't care about it. I know the actual
So, yeah, he says at the beginning of this video, I'm going to own up to it, and now he's saying, don't care, I don't care about your opinions, I disagree, let's move on. Like, I don't know if, yeah, this is not owning up to it.
age of the character in this case.
That's why I wasn't asking about Septi to begin with, I was asking about, like, a hypothetical person.
Stop it. There's actually one more piece that hasn't been shown here, but I'm sure people who have seen it would raise questions about this
Yeah,
one.
it also depends, it doesn't matter what their canonical age is, it really depends on how they're drawn and then sexualized in that style. Like, I understand that chibi is a thing, but if you're sexualizing chibi... If you're Sorry, that's my cat in the background. If you're sexualizing chibi characters, that's another point of debate. Like, I know chibi is an art style, but if you're sexualizing chibi, which is meant to be, like, the character but childlike, I would consider that, CP. I don't know. I would consider that at least questionable. I don't know if I'd say explicitly, yes, that is CP, but I think a child being an edgelord that doesn't understand what they're drawing is clearly different from an adult doing it and saying, I changed some years later. Yeah, there's a lot more to it that has to happen, for sure.
This is Dr. Doe, an OC created by Alpha 995. Normally always portrayed like this, but there was a piece depicting them closer to an actual deer. Now that
No, that doesn't count as zoophilia, in my opinion.
was bizarre. I honestly don't know why
But that's
I
just my
favored this
opinion.
one. It might have been an oversight because on further inspection, I can
People change when other people are starting to look at you funny. Yeah.
establish the fact that I don't want to look at this thing again. So, before anyone tries to put the zoo label on me next,
Yeah, the problem is a lot of these kids are in communities that treat that stuff as normal. Yeah, and that's another factor in that.
it's simply not it, mate. I don't feel attraction towards actual, accurate depictions of animals. I might have been just dozed out and decided, fuck it, I'll pretend it's Anthro. I don't know. I don't want to talk about this deer anymore.
Before we even dive into
Okay.
this, at the very beginning of the clip,
So basically, Septi owning up to everything was him just being like, here are a couple of pictures, and I'm not going to address the ones that are actually, like portrayed as children. I'm just going to argue against the ones that are debatable at best, and, nah, let's agree to disagree. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm bored. Let's move on.
Septi did try to soften the blow by saying that they're no longer into this stuff, but just taking a glance at their currently privated Twitter account, they were retweeting similar art all along, and as of more recent
I would like to see examples of that, though.
times anyway. But for those of you who aren't in the know,
I guess not, okay.
I will explain this for you, and as much as I actually hate even thinking about this topic, because it's cringier than lolly somehow, the image of Nate the Rabbit, and some of the images you will see on screen here,
I've seen chibi pinups that were clearly built like adults, so it really depends on the artist's style and intent. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I feel like you'd have to leave it up to a jury to figure out, you know, if it goes to, like, that point, if it gets to that point.
here are called cub porn. Cub porn is the furry equivalent to lolly porn or shota porn. This art is
But for
depicting what is
furries,
supposed
yeah.
to be a child, but a furry. And then the image of the deer that you guys had your eyes cursed with is referred to as feral. And feral is...
It's debatable if that's even considered feral, though. I don't know.
essentially zoophile hentai. Septi seems to be using the Carmen fallacy, or I guess the lolicon fallacy in general, where they are very hyper-fixated on...
OMG, the distinction between real and drawn zoo porn is so fucking cringe. Well, you just say that it's zoo porn, though. Like, I know you lump, like, bestiality porn and feral porn kind of together as both zoophilic. I mean, yes, zoophiles obviously can get off to feral porn, but just because you draw or like feral porn does not mean you are a zoophile. Those two things don't automatically correlate to each other.
On the age.
I've already gone over this in the past, but that would actually be defined as faunophilia, not zoophilia. Because zoophilia is a human being attracted to animal. Sorry, not bestiality. It wouldn't be bestiality. It would be faunophilia. And faunophilia is the sexual attraction to watching two animals engage sexually with each other. I'm not saying that? Okay, then if you're not saying that, we don't have a problem then.
Age, the canonical
sorry, I
age
misunderstood
of a character, rather than what the character itself on your screen is depicting. We've already made it known that just because you say the lolly is 9,000 years old and they're a vampire from Mars, that doesn't change the fact that it's depicting a child. Septi acknowledged these factors and then immediately just tried to dismiss them, and they said that they don't think it's the same thing as lolly. Maybe it's just my personal values and biases getting in the way, but something about this makes
Vlad.
me as a dog owner very uncomfortable. That there's people that jerk off to this kind of stuff.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
While it might not be depicting a real fucking animal, it still makes
I'm so happy I'm not a furry, so I don't have these moral quandaries. Dude, same.
me extremely uncomfortable, and yes, while they can make them more humanoid, I like, at that point, I can't really... I don't have a sound argument to justify my discomfort with it. But then we get the shit.
You don't have to
Septi
justify, like, you don't have to justify if you're uncomfortable with something. You don't have to justify that at all. You can just say you're uncomfortable with that.
And even, like, people in these degenerate communities agree that that's just forbidden territory, that it's very taboo. And I guess the phenomenal happy ending is when Septi closes that segment off, they leave us with a nice "don't care about your opinion, didn't ask." Those are some amazing phrases to use in a supposed apology video. I personally, watching the video, got the tone that it was... Well, I'll actually just screenshot my comment and put it up on screen. Generally disgusted. This video really felt like a TLDR with justification and excuses mixed in. Also, conveniently, yes, Septi apologizes to the people that would be more upset if they didn't receive an apology, but even people like myself who fell victim to Septi's demonization and blatant villainizing, people like myself who were very neutral on the matter.
I mean, like, feral porn also makes me uncomfortable. But I would not say that that means that you are indeed a zoophile, if you enjoy that. There are other factors that have to be considered.
Got no acknowledgement or apology in this video. I'm not at all saying, oh, I'm not satisfied, do it again, fuck you. But I'm just saying, like, this seems very dishonest, and I'm not expecting anything more from Septi. I don't expect them to be honest or to be better at this point. I made this video with the goal of making it easier for those of you who tried to get invested in this to digest the situation.
Wow, it's amazing I'm able to understand more when they don't speed up clips. I know, right?
As I did upload a very lengthy call on my channel, and I'm sure a lot of people struggled with paying attention to the entire thing or remembering details. This should give you a more organized depiction of the list of events that have occurred that we've been referring to in these calls, and hopefully that will help you guys form your opinions more accurately.
Okay, cool. I recognize that Kumo takes fucking, especially in his older videos, he takes fucking forever to, like, to conclude his video, so I have the feeling that the next 2 minutes is gonna be him being like, anyway guys, that show's about everything, and yeah, I hope you guys liked the video, and also guys, I hope you guys thought it was informative, but also guys, that's about it. Yeah, alright, okay, so we're gonna move on to Vlad's video that he wanted me to see about another emotional terrorist, as we would call it, and this is somebody that actually did take their own life, while also simultaneously trying to blame other people for that suicide, which is, it doesn't, just because you killed yourself doesn't mean, like, anything you say or do is automatically okay, right?
Oh,
anyway.
man, I am so late to this. It's been like 5 days.
God, 3 years ago.
Look, hey, you're really good people, right? Right? I mean, you wouldn't forget about a man's suicide in just like 5 measly days, right? Right? Well, good. good. That's fantastic. That means that we can continue. Let's go.
What is this intro?
Okay, so I'm sure many of you have already heard about the Apollo Legend incident, and so I wanted to take the time to give my 2 cents on it because, well, honestly, nobody's
Hannah Baker entered the, yeah. Yeah, 13 reasons why, motherfucker.
really talking about the facts of this situation. Very few are actually talking about really anything of it other than, like, here's a suicide hotline and suicide bad dough. So let's look at the description
which
of his
isn't very substantial in the long run.
final video and see what it says. Thank you to Dark Viper and Easy Escape for giving me the final push that I needed. Oh. All right. So does that mean that they bullied him or something? Did they tease him on the internet to death? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see
Tease
what
him to death.
Dark
Aw.
Viper says.
He came out criticizing a charity organization for disassociating with a white supremacist, white nationalist. Not only did he criticize the charity for disassociating with this person, but he did not inform his audience of the evidence that led to this conclusion, and so presented it as if, oh, you know, people just calling this person names, it's nothing really. When in reality, like, years of logs from this Discord were released talking about the inferiority of blacks, how the Jews run everything.
Okay, just so we understand, was there any, like, aside from him blaming other people for his suicide, was there any other reason why he did it? Or was it just because he was suffering from mental illnesses and somewhat out of spite? Like, was there any other reason that they gave? Context: Dark Viper was bullied by Keemstar into removing this video. Well, that's just a Keemstarism for you.
You know, we should have a white society and whatnot. It was not.
Let me back this up a little bit
garbage
so I
you see on
understand what this
Twitter where
guy's
everyone-
saying.
for
Dark Viper says.
He came out criticizing a charity organization for disassociating with a white supremacist,
Oh,
white
I see.
nationalist.
Okay.
Not only did he criticize
So was Apollo like a white nationalist then, or a white supremacist?
as the charity for disassociating with this person,
As
but
far
he
as you know, anyway?
did not inform his audience of the evidence that led to this conclusion, and so presented it as if, oh, you know, people just calling this person names, it's nothing really. When in reality, like, years of logs from this Discord were released talking about the inferiority of blacks, how the Jews run everything. You know, we should have a white society and whatnot. It was not that garbage you see on Twitter where everyone calls everyone a Nazi, saying this person was legitimately a white supremacist, white nationalist, depending upon what term you want to use. Since that day, Apollo Legend never acknowledged to any significant degree this criticism. So for the next year and a half, I had never heard Apollo Legend acknowledge that I existed at all. I had never spoken to him. I had not acknowledged him since. But
So he cited a bunch of reasons actually in his farewell video, but snuck the blame in the description. Okay. Is there any point where I should probably go back and try to read that description at any point, or do you think it's not really needed?
6 months ago, someone who I cared about deeply killed themselves. 6 months ago, we had our second ever interaction when, just after I saw on Twitter that I need time off, I need to cool down, I need to get away from it all because of wreckful suicide, Apollo decides to flame me on Twitter, call me out because someone told him that I had committed a heinous crime. Was there any evidence of this? Did he ask me about
A free speech absolutist and a libertarian. Okay, fair enough.
No. He presented this insane narrative that I was using this other guy's work and I was refusing to pay him, called me a cheat, a dishonest person, said people like me should be shown to the public. All my anger and sadness came out in the level of disgust that I had that he would attack me at that point, at my weakest moments. But Apollo Legend had passionately hated me for a year and a half.
I gotta go back one more time, I'm sorry.
Called me a cheat, a dishonest, because
I need to try and follow the timeline of events here.
someone told him that I had committed a heinous crime.
Oh, God damn it, I need to go
6
back
months
to...
ago, someone who I cared about deeply killed themselves.
Okay.
6 months ago, we had our second ever interaction when just after I saw on Twitter that I need time off, I need to cool down, I need to get away from it all because of wreckful suicide, Apollo decides to flame me on Twitter, call me out because someone told him that I had committed a heinous crime.
What was the
Was there
heinous
any evidence
crime?
of this? Did he ask me about it? Did he talk about it? No. He presented this insane narrative that I was using this other guy's work and I was refusing to pay him. Called me a cheat.
This other guy is in the person that committed suicide? I hate it when people use this vague language whenever they're, like, describing something they're being accused of. I hate it.
A dishonest person. Said people like me should be shown to the public. All my anger and sadness came out in the level of disgust that I had, that he would attack me at that point, at my weakest moments. But Apollo Legend had passionately hated me for a year and a half because I called him out for defending a white supremacist, or at the very least, not allowing his audience to see the evidence of why this person was disassociated with the charity. He's hated me since then.
Huh. So that happened like 6 months ago, and some other incident like years before that. Or
No,
something?
yeah, no problem,
Like,
Cliff.
really? Wow, that's like in internet time. That's entire fucking decade.
No, Apollo accused him of stealing work from some third party without a platform. Yeah, okay. Well, I can understand why he's upset about that.
All right. Well, what we learned from this is that Apollo Legend is a legendary asshole, which honestly is kind of interesting because people like this asshole are oversimplifying.
But, like, did Apollo know that he was grieving the loss of a friend who committed suicide at the time that he came out with these accusations? Like, is it, like, was it apparent that he planned, like, for this, like, to come out about this or to make these accusations at a time where he was emotionally vulnerable? That's my question. When I hear this, that's just the question that comes to my mind.
Justify some soapbox standing.
Look at the basics. A young man is dead.
Yeah, like no, this is really this is what it is. I'm sorry, like this is exactly
okay.
what it looks like when you actually pay attention to the facts of the case. You don't get to come in here and be like, oh man, so a poor guy. You don't get to have that little pity party hat. That's not a thing you get to do. And I know that you hear that a lot in respect to suicides just in general, but in this particular case, the point whenever you're weaponizing that suicide, nah, this is what selfishness actually fucking looks like. And the fact is, this really kind of undermines any other legitimate, routine, run-of-the-mill suicide. It also delegitimizes all the people who survived those suicides, but also all the people glossing over these facts do that. So really, that's all I gotta say on the subject.
Yeah, so, I mean, like, yeah, somebody committing suicide out of spite is, like, an incredibly selfish act. Like, and definitely as, like, just a purely spiteful thing to do. But yeah, that's, it's interesting. So yeah, people committing suicide, I mean, obviously he must have been suffering from just, like, whatever else, like, whatever mental illness or delusions he was suffering from at the time that convinced him that this was, like, the best thing, the best option for him, you know? But, I mean, listen, I'll be one of those fuckers who just says some dumb shit like, oh man, it's so sad that somebody took their own life. It still is. It's unfortunate that he took his own life instead of taking accountability for his actions or giving himself, because, like, it's ultimately selfish because he robs himself of that opportunity. And you're gonna call me gay for whatever for saying this, but he robs himself of that opportunity to learn and grow and change and possibly better himself and live a happier life where he isn't being a fucking asshole to everybody. So ultimately, the ultimate crime he's committing is against himself here. But whatever, that's just me waxing poetic about why suicide is bad. But anyway, that's interesting. Now, I don't know. Yeah, I could go for a little bit longer. I might switch over to storytime stuff. These reactions have been a bit of a downer, haven't they? But look at the response. Is there a response? What, these? This pinned one here? You want me to read through some of this? Hey ho hi, hey Villadilla. A lot of comments on this video. You approach the situation with the tact of a woke, edgy teenager deep-throating the red pill. Well, those two things like contradict themselves, isn't it? Anyway, while you're really trying to ride someone else's death for views and publicity, it might be like how soon after he committed suicide did you put out this video, Vlad? Your DM in DMs. Okay, okay. Alright. I'm taking a look. No, I don't want to watch another video, Vlad. Not right now. I'm sorry. I'm a little weary of doing reactions right now. I'm not taking any critique from a motherfucker named Craig. Yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna watch another video right now. Sorry. I kind of want to like, I want to just like play Warframe and talk about some storytime stuff I wanted to talk about. It was a week or two later. Oh, okay, so it wasn't like that. Like, I was thinking like, okay, if it was like a day or two after the fact, I would say that, hey man, there's a time and a place, right? But the fact that it was like 2 weeks after the fact, I feel like that's enough. Like, you've given it enough time. Storytime with Enlaa, let's go. Hopefully it's a bit more chipper than this downer of a stream so far. I apologize. That's why I wanted to start with something light, like Final Fantasy XIV, right? Yeah, I gotta find stuff to react to that's not so, like, serious. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, so it's not like, I mean, like, maybe it wasn't, like, an intentional decision to let it breathe. But you did, I feel like 2 weeks is enough time to at least, especially with a circumstance like this where it was a spiteful suicide, where it was clearly done out of, like, at least even a little bit of spite. I feel like you gave it enough time, you know? I actually made it to the story time. Hell yeah. I'm going to, I was addressing the people that were attacking others in Apollo's name. Oh, I see. Yeah, because, like, I think one of your main criticisms in this video was, like, yeah, you can't really say, like, well, somebody died. Somebody died, man. Don't you care? It's like, no one is, it required to care about whether someone committed suicide or not, especially if that person, like, nobody gives a fuck that Hitler committed suicide, right? Nobody gives a shit that Hitler committed suicide. So, like, I don't like it when people really do, like, pull out the bleeding heart to be like, don't you care that somebody died? It's like, it depends, right? If they were, like, an awful person and then committed suicide either out of pure cowardice or spite, then yeah, I feel like you don't have to respect that. So I can agree with you on that to that extent. But yeah. It's a heavy, I mean, regardless, it is still a heavy topic and one that I want to move away from. So I am going to go on a quick break. Like 5 to 10 minutes because I want to grab something to eat. I want to get up, stretch my back, and stretch my shoulder. And so the reaction to Apollo's death legit upset me. People were getting canceled over it, so I created an entire channel to address it. Fair enough. But yeah. I like that you had hashtag suicide awareness. And YouTube gaming. Sorry. Okay. But yeah, I just need a sec to stretch my legs and get something to eat, get my blood sugar up. Me when I tell creeps, pedos, and zoos to remove themselves from the census. Alright, but yeah, I'll put on some nice music and you guys can have fun and enjoy for a bit. Let me find something nice. Oh, here we go. Alright. You guys chillax, have fun for a bit. I'll see you in 5 to 10 minutes. And yeah. I'm bad at conclusions too, Kumo, don't worry.
Call me the freak of the fall. You feel like a bad boy while I'm King Kong.
Hello, hello, I'm back. How you guys doing? I made my coffee too sweet and gagged audibly after a sip of it. Lamau. Nice. As God intended. Alright. We're gonna move on to Warframe. And I'm actually gonna close my VRM so I can relax it a little bit, because when I have my VTuber thing on, I have to like make sure my back is straight. But my back's hurting right now, so I want to be able to be a little casual and not have to worry about that too much. Also, I apologize, I'm still eating. Just give me a little bit of time to finish that up. I'll be done soon, I promise. It sure is Warframe. I can showcase some of my Warframes while I'm eating. How about that? Your IGN, give it to me now? It should just be Enlaa. Yeah, it's just Enlaa. That's it. You can find me on most things under that name, by the way. Anyway, hold on. I'm gonna mute myself while I finish, but I can show you some of my Warframes.
Look at that guy's hood. It's so big. Shut up!
You know what's funny about this one? This one is, usually I like to base my color palettes off of, like, characters, so I'm wondering if you can guess, what video game character this color palette's based off of, just from looking at her. What's my mastery rank? I think 16. Yeah, I'm 16 right now. Just right now, though, when I feel like it. You have any guesses? I've said it in a previous stream, but... If you don't know, I can just tell you, Villanilla. Oh, god damn it. Okay, fine. It's fucking Tikal from Sonic Adventure. Got, like, the Master Emerald right here. I gotta use this one more often. I just don't know how to properly use her. And Korra. I based Korra off of, her color palette. I based it off of, Kyoko from Madoka Magica.
What? A man's gotta eat.
And then Madge, the one at my starter, obviously. So I based Magic's color scheme off of Peridot from Steven Universe. And I thought having this sidearm really fit with her. It's like a laser ray gun that attaches to the hand. Thought it was pretty fitting. And actually Mesa I got pretty recently. And I just based her off of my color scheme. My avatar's color scheme. However, I don't really like her all that much, so I probably won't use her too often. Your PC's taking a shit right now? Sorry to hear it. I have Mirage Prime. Finally got the new skin for her, which looks really, really good. Her color palette is based off of Amon from Final Fantasy XIV. And I thought the personality fit as well. Nyx, I actually can't remember what her color palette's based off of. I'm wondering if they have any new skins. Ooh! I might have to get this one, although I don't use Nyx all that often. It sure looks nice, though. I like it. And then we could mix that with, like, the helmet as well. Or just having her regular helmet. Octavia. Revenant, that was when I was leveling, but I don't think I'll keep him. You know what I might do? I might just have my, Oh, I need to... Before I forget... I need to turn the audio back up, because it was so quiet. There we go. First of all, gotta remove the thing on his neck, I suppose. Revenant's nice, but I want to see what kind of abilities he can offer if I sacrifice him. Oh, dash through enemies. Ooh. Cannot subsume Prime. Ah, suck my ass. Oh well, that's fine. I can just keep him. Fine. I didn't know that you couldn't get rid of primes that way. Interesting. Wisp is one I'll probably subsume once I get her prime finished. Got Valkyr. Trinity is one I want to use more often. I want to build her like full like energy and health restore type. Apparently Trinity is really good for Iconoclast farming, if that's how you say it. Is that how you say it? I hope so. I don't think I base Zephyr's color palette on anything. Anyway. I do have a Volt Prime that would be ready to use, but I don't have room for it right now. And I don't think I have anything else I'm building right now. Let me just see what is possible to be built right now. But yeah, we're just gonna do some simple grinding while I, Oh shit, we already listened to this stuff. There we go. While I do some storytelling, while I yap on for a little bit, we can move on to lighter subjects. The first story I have in mind that I want to tell is a bit lighter than the second one. The second one is more long form anyway and requires more more telling of stories, I guess you could say. And it's probably not going to be well thought out either, the way I'm saying it. Because my brain is becoming very slowly fried. A defense? No, I'll pass. An excavation, though? Maybe. Nah. I might do the new sortie. Then I'll think about the other stuff. I've been wanting to, you know what I want to do, right? I want to set up some kind of thing where I play a game, but also doing like a try not to laugh challenge at the same time where people send me videos. And if I laugh at something, I have to like restart, like I have to like come up with some kind of punishment in the game. Like if I was playing like a base builder or something, like let's say I was playing Oxygen Not Included for example, like if I laughed, I would have to kill off or delete one of my duplicants, one of my colonists, basically. That's the idea. Alright, anyway.
And I say, let
Shut
the
up.
void bathe you in its beautiful energy.
You guys ready for this first story?
Can follow.
I actually kind of talked about this a bit with Kumo and Akumu the other night. And, I guess it's a little bit of backstory as to a reason why I consider myself to be, like, asexual, quote-unquote. I know, based on what people have been saying, it's probably not the right terminology to use, but it's just the best way I can describe it right now. But, basically, I'm terrible at starting these stories, but basically, a couple of years after I graduated high school, and, you know, I was kind of just depressed and lonely, and I wasn't really doing much with my time. I tried going to community college, but I kept flunking out of everything I was trying to do. So I realized that school wasn't for me. So in the meantime, I was kind of living at home still, and I was volunteering at the local library. And eventually I had gotten a job at the library as well, so that worked out pretty well. But during that time, my mom was kind of networking, and she's been doing this like for as long as I've been diagnosed with autism. But she's always like, you know, in support groups with other... she's always in support groups with other parents of autistic kids, basically. And she got into contact with another parent of an autistic person. And I'll just call him... I don't want to use his real... I actually don't even remember his real name. But I'll just call him... James, I guess. Right? But, I couldn't, whatever. But James was another guy on the spectrum, and, my mom met his mom on, like, an, you know, Parents of Autistic Children support Facebook group, basically, and they started talking to each other, and they wanted to meet up, and, there's this weird misconception a lot, like, with, between parents of autistic children that somehow, just because we both have autism, that means, oh yeah, they'll get along great. Contrary to popular belief, just because someone is also autistic doesn't mean I'm automatically going to get along with them. In fact, I've said this a couple of times in the Discord, in my Discord, is that I may have autism, but I have a very low tolerance for other people's autism. And that's actually pretty common, because what ends up happening a lot of the time is that we have certain irritations that are specific to us, and then certain tics or verbal tics or issues that we have or stims that we have that'll just annoy the fuck out of another person with autism. like, let's say if I had a stim, like, I have a stim where I like sharpening pencils. If I was in the room with another autistic person that hated the sound of pencils being sharpened, or even just like sounds similar to it, we would not get along, because we would not be able to like be ourselves around each other. We'd be constantly having to mask around each other, which kind of defeats the purpose of having this. I always thought, like, eventually my mom stopped doing this because I kept telling her, like, you're basically setting up play dates for adults right now, and it's making me uncomfortable.
Still working on it.
But for this one time, it wasn't the first time I did this, but it was like the last time I kind of humored this idea of like, oh hey, you're both autistic, that means you guys will get along. And I know my mom had good intentions behind that, so I don't hold it against her or anything. And to her credit, she respected my insistence that, you know, she stopped trying to find me autistic friends, because I'll find my own friends, thank you very much, and it just doesn't work out that way. But anyway, to continue with the story, because I'm yapping on a little bit, this person, James, was, again, on the spectrum just like me, and we met in person 3 times through the time that I knew him. And the first time we met was kind of at this cafe, I guess, because my mom and James's mom wanted to kind of sit down with each other and have like a good chat, and chat with each other while we chatted with each other at a different table. And we got along fine. It was pretty cordial. He seemed shy. Not non-verbal because we were talking to each other. We were both just pretty awkward and didn't know how to talk to one another, being, you know, socially awkward. And we kind of just kept trying to find things that we liked in common, like talking about video games or talking about our interests and stuff like that, you know, just typical small talk. I've never been the kind of person that enjoys small talk, like, damn, so that weather, huh? Like, that's never been for me. I like to get to the meat of a discussion pretty quickly. I don't have a lot of patience for small talk or icebreakers or things like that. If there's something that clicks between me and another person, I want to get right to that. Like, I don't care much for small talk for that reason, because I feel like you can get to know somebody just through more specific or even like serious discussions, I think. Anyway, we were talking for a bit, and he really likes the game Psychonauts. And he started talking about it. It's his special interest. He loves the game. And he said next time we meet up, he would really love to show it to me, because I told him, oh, I've never played that game before. And he was like really excited, and he was like, oh man, I know the game like the back of my hand. I know every piece of dialogue. I know everything. I've played the game so many times. People on the spectrum seem to generally dislike small talk because we don't see the purpose in it. Yeah, agreed. And that was kind of my long-winded way of saying that, essentially. By the way, I have my headphones off right now, so I can focus on what I'm saying. So, if, you know, the audio is too loud, please let me know, because I actually can't hear the audio right now. All the game sounds would just actually be really distracting for me, so I have my headphones off right now. But yeah, if the audio is not mixed very well, just let me know and I'll fix it, okay?
Mission complete.
Okay,
Excellent
so,
work tonight.
I don't recall really talking about my interests all that much. I think I was so focused on just, like, entertaining the other person, because I get to be kind of a people pleaser when I'm in the room with other people, especially in person. Who's my favorite frame? Titania, obviously. She's my main one. Just as a quick diversion from the story time, funny story about Titania and how I got her. So I actually bought Titania with Arcage money, with Arcage gold. I had a friend who went by Rathalos, and he was also playing Warframe at the time, and I really wanted Titania. And he was like, I can give you the platinum to buy her in exchange for Arcade Gold. So we made the exchange. I gave him gold in a different game, so he would give me platinum in this game. So I thought that was funny. And that's how I got Titania. This is Titania Prime, but yeah, that was before the Prime was a thing. Other autistic people aren't bond with other autistic people. Me and Enlaa can confirm. Yeah. Yeah, we don't like each other very much. North and I can't stand each other, honestly. But we make it work anyway, I guess. I'm a Hero Limbo main, but right now I'm playing a lot of... I want to try some of the other ones I have. I'm very strictly, like, female Warframe type person. I can't get immersed otherwise. It feels weird. Anyway, we got along well that first meeting. I don't recall a lot about it. I was really just like humoring my mom, and if I got along with this guy, I knew it would make my mom happy, so I just kind of, again, I humored it. But,
deep below the surface.
oh, this is an excavation? Oh, shit. Well, at least I don't have to worry about not, you know, I don't have to worry about going too fast. So I guess we only have secondary weapons for this one? That kind of sucks. Anyway. So that went well. We exchanged, like, at the time, Skype stuff, because Discord wasn't really, like... I think it was around that time where Discord was just starting to become used, and so a lot of people were still using Skype around that time. But, you know, we shared our social medias, we shared our Skypes. He attended some of my streams, I remember, when I was still streaming games on Twitch. And so we chatted in Skype off and on. Didn't really find much to relate to him about in those Skype conversations. I don't have Skype anymore, so it's not like I could bring them up or anything. But we set up another time to kind of get together and continue to get to know each other, basically, because I didn't find much of a connection there, but I still wanted to give it a shot anyway, because not only would it make my mom happy, but maybe it would be good for me to have, like, an IRL friend to spend time with. You seem like you play a lot of Yareli. I do have Yareli, and she is one of my favorites. I don't know if she's, like, in my top 3, but I don't know. I've never really ranked them. I've always just seen Titania as my favorite. But anyway, it's hard for me to bounce in between these, but it's fine, I can make it work. Anyway, we set up another time to visit, like, for him to visit and us to get to know each other, so we decided that I was volunteering at the library, so I was able to at least get, like, some, like, kind of special perks, I guess you could say, where it was, like, I could rent out, it was easier for me to, like, rent out one of those, like, quiet rooms, where you have, like, technology where you can, like, set up stuff. And so we rented out one of those rooms to hang out in, and he was gonna bring over his PlayStation? Was Psychonauts on PlayStation? I can't remember. But it was his, he brought over his console so he could show me Psychonauts. Or that, so I could play it for the first time. And so, we went to the library I volunteered at. I can't remember if I was actually working at that time, or... No, I must not have been because we were still using Skype. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember the time frame very well. But, we met at the library, and he brought his console over, and we set it up, started playing, and I immediately started getting annoyed because every time a character would say some dialogue or say something, he would also be saying it at the same time as, like, I was watching it. So, like, anytime a character would speak in a cutscene, he would, like, start saying what they were saying at the same time. Like, I know he was trying to, like, show off, like, see, that's how much I know about this game, that's how much I like the dialogue. I got it immediately, that's what he was trying to do, but I was just like, dude. I tried to tell him as nicely as possible, can you not do that? Right? I hope I'm not too late. You are, unfortunately, for the reaction stuff, Kumo. You might have to go back. If you go back now and kind of look at stuff, I don't mind, like, commenting on some stuff. that emo guy came back around and I got kind of heated and I finally just fucking blocked him. So he's not coming back around on my channel, thankfully. But anyway, I'm doing story time right now, and this is part of the Kumo. This is related to that story I was kind of telling you about, you and Akumu about. So no spoilers as to where the story goes. But yeah, I very kindly asked him, like, okay, can you stop doing that? And he was like, oh yeah, sorry. And to his credit, he stopped doing it, although he found it kind of difficult. Another thing that happened on that visit, and again, this was like the second time that we visited, that we met each other in person. Like, we had been talking in Skype and stuff. I think at some point in our Skype conversations, we were talking about, like, FNAF, because that was the hot thing still at the time, and merchandise for the series was, like, just starting to get popular and stuff. And so when we met at the library, he brought a very large Freddy, well, not very large, but like large enough to hold in both hands, I guess you could say. A large Freddy Fazbear plushie, and I liked it. It was nice, it was a nice gesture, and I thought, wow. Like, he got this for me? Actually, no, we met 4 times. I totally forgot. Okay, I'll talk about that after. I'm trying to go in order. I told Kumo and Akumu we only met like 3 times, but it was actually 4 because I completely forgot about this. But yeah, I'll get to it in a second. But yeah, so he gave me this large stuffed like Freddy Fazbear plush. And I liked it. Like, it's the kind of plush I like. It was very huggable and stuff. I kept it for a couple of years, but I ended up getting rid of it actually because around the time that I moved to Texas and my anxiety really started to get to its worst during that time, I hated having it in my room because in the dark, this wasn't intentional, it's just the way it looked like in the dark, but in the dark, you couldn't really see the pupils of the plush's eyes, and that would freak me out, especially when I was having, like, nighttime panic attacks. And so it ended up, like, staying just in the closet all the time. And so when I moved, my mom was like, do you even, like, use this anymore? And I was like, no, not really. Like, it's, like, in the back of my closet, so we decided to donate it, but I had it for a couple of years. It was a nice gesture. My dad does that shit with movies and it annoys me all the time. Yeah, one thing I do with like I can't really watch movies with my parents or with my mom because I'm the kind of person that needs to like commentate on what's going on. Or like I'm the kind of person that when you're watching a movie with me, I can't just like enjoy the movie or sit and silently watch the movie. I'm the kind of person that has to give commentary on what's going on. I mean, I guess I guess that's why I'm so fitting for this like this commentary stuff on YouTube, right? Because like when I'm watching a movie, I'll just be like, oh yeah, that was pretty bad acting, or oh, she should have ran that way instead of that way, or that doesn't make any sense logically, that kind of stuff, and that would annoy my mom because she's just trying to enjoy the movie. So we don't watch that many movies, or if I am watching movies with her, I have to like shut the fuck up essentially. LOL, I'm that kind of tardy. My partner, who is neurotypical, always has to remind me to chill out. Alright, but anyway, the library visit went pretty uneventful. I got kind of bored because I wasn't really enjoying the game. And we didn't have anything else planned, so we only stayed for like an hour. And we chatted for a bit about things and, you know, just about our personal lives and whatnot. And he mentions, like, I remember this because we were like on our way out of the library when he mentions this. We're walking towards the front and he just says like, you know, it's funny, I haven't really had a girlfriend in a while. And in my mind I was like, oh no, here we go. Like, yeah. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. And he was making a lot of those like subtle, like, I would really, like, I miss having a girlfriend, man. Like, girlfriends are so nice. My last girlfriend broke up with me and just all this stuff, like very subtly hinting that he would like me to be his girlfriend. Am I feeling when you want to do a server movie night? Oh, well, I'll shut the fuck up. I'll shut up, don't worry. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing a movie night for the server. I wanted to watch Paprika. That'll be interesting. Okay, next one. Oh, the dreaded girlfriend talk. Yeah. I was immediately kind of getting those nice guy incel vibes. Like, he was really subtly trying to hint, like, instead of just asking me, I think at some point I just asked him point blank, like, well, are you asking me if I can be your girlfriend? Because I'm sorry, but I'm really not interested. Like, I immediately tried to shut it down. Because I've been in that position before, and I didn't want anyone to, like, think I was leading them on, right? Because I've had people get the wrong idea in the past. A guy told me he missed having a girlfriend, and I told him, damn, good luck, though. That's basically what I said, just way more direct. Damn. Well, good luck with that. But yeah, I kind of like very softly shut him down, and I was like, look, dude, I'm not, it's not even just like I don't want to be a girlfriend to you. Not just because I don't know you very well, but because I'm not interested in having a boyfriend whatsoever, really. And he, you know, he did that typical thing of like, oh yeah, no, I understand. And we went our separate ways. We kept hanging out, you know, online. He would attend my streams. We would talk in Skype, and he introduced me to one of his other girl friends, a friend that is a girl, so not a girlfriend. I love how I always have to make that distinction. Shit, really, bro? I hate it when people rush into these rescue missions and they, like, then they give us a fucking time limit. Come on.
Quick, use those consoles to change the destination of the vault portal. One of them has to lead to our agent.
Disable security. Alright, I'm just gonna... Oh, really? You bastard. Oh no. This sucks. Fuck. Oh my god. See, what they did is that they ran in here and they immediately triggered the alarms. I guess they fixed it so you can't just use the cipher on it. Alright, works for me. I can speedrun us to the exit for sure. Watch this. I've gotten really good at this. Easy. Very easy. Alright. Bro, same. I made me so insecure that I couldn't have guy friends, and I was averse to trying to make friends with girls because they were always so cool.
Alright, Hunter. I will reward.
Can't use ciphers and sorties? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Alright, anyway. Where was I in this? Oh yeah, we kept hanging out, and he introduced me to one of his girl friends. Someone who actually, I think, was like, either she was an ex of his, like they dated for a bit and then they broke it off for whatever reason, or she was just a girlfriend that he also had interests in, you could say, that he also wanted to be romantic with, which was what I understood from the situation. I don't remember much about her. I just know that she was a very, like, abrasive type of personality. Like, she wasn't, like, competitive or anything. I think she was, like, protective of him, where she did care about him a lot, where she didn't want his feelings to get hurt in any sense. Like, she saw him more as like a little brother when he wanted things to be more romantic. But she seemed nice enough, I guess. So I didn't see much of an issue with it. Or, you know, just her personality in general. She came off as kind of intimidating, but that's about it, really. So, I might as well just do, like, defenses. But I'll take my, what should I take for defense? I feel like I'm gonna take... Korra? Korra for defense? I mean, Korra's good for defense. Let's see. Mesa, I guess, is good for defense too, but she drains a lot of energy. Octavia's good for defense as well. Alright, what do you think? Mirage, Korra, or Octavia? Those are my best, like, defense ones. I'm surprised you don't run them solo. I mean, I guess I could. I don't care too much about doing it solo, though. Again, it's one of those things where I turn my brain off for it. Anyway, some time passes, and I think the third time we meet up is actually, it was my first time going to a comic convention, or any kind of convention, really. I went to that year's Comic-Con, which I think was like 2016 Comic-Con. Or it was like Comic-Con in Colorado or in Denver or something. And so we went to that, and again, it's one of those things I don't remember much about. I got a video cameo from Vic Mignogna. That was like the only thing I got there. And we walked around a lot, saw a lot of cosplay. I think I ended up kind of trying to distance. I do remember I was uncomfortable. Also, it was hot, so I was just tired of, like, from walking around and such. But, James wanted to keep going to, like, this and that place and do this and see that. And the whole time, he was, like, staying pretty, like, physically close to me. Like, he would try to direct me around people, like, by putting his arm around me. And I was just like, yeah, stop, you know? And I eventually just kind of said, like, oh, I'm gonna go do my own thing for a bit, and kind of separated from him for a bit, just because I was so exhausted from, like, following him around from place to place. Vic Mignogna, that man's life was ruined by industry nepotism and his own lawyer. Yeah, I haven't followed up too much about it, but the reason why I got a video cameo from him is because my sister was a huge fan of Vic Mignogna and all of his voice acting work. And so she couldn't go to the convention, and she was really bummed out about it because she was sick. And so I went there, and I got a video cameo, like a video message for her, where he's just saying, like, hey, I'm sorry you couldn't come see me in person, but I hope you do next year, and I hope you're feeling better soon, and, you know, very nice words. And I also got her an autographed picture of Edward from Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, him. Like a signed autograph. And so she was very happy. That made my day for sure. But aside from that, nothing else eventful. That's probably why I didn't remember it as one of the times we got together, because I just didn't... It wasn't very memorable outside of that. I almost forgot that he was even a part of it, to be honest. You know what? I'll just take Korra, I suppose. No, actually, I'll take Mirage. My Mirage is pretty good for defense. Especially for, like, Neo fissures and whatnot. Depends on the map you get, if it's Grenier. Oh, damn it, where is she? I'm bad at finding them on the list. Okay. Full Metal Alchemist and Brotherhood were so good for no fucking reason. Yeah. My sister was, like, in love with it. Absolutely in love with it. Okay, anyway. So yeah, nothing else that was really memorable about the convention. We had a decent time, I guess, but I guess maybe I was just, like, exhausted from it. I guess you could say. That was the first time that, or no, god damn it. It was the third time that we met up. So the fourth time was the last time. And this is where the story gets interesting. So, later that same summer, he invited me to go with him to the water park. I can't remember which specific water park it was. Apparently they had season tickets and he really wanted to take me. I like water parks. I mean, I'm a big fan of going to the pool. I love water, I love swimming. But at the same time, I was incredibly nervous because, I mean, obviously you have to go and wear a swimsuit and a bathing suit and, like, you know, get in the water and especially around somebody I didn't know that well and I felt had, like, strange ulterior motives. I almost didn't want to go, but at the same time, hey, it was a water park. And I remember, hey, last time I went to the water park was when I was still at boarding school. And I had a lot of fun then, and being an adult now, I have a lot more freedom to go around and do the things that I want to do at a water park. So, I kind of want to go, even if I have to go with somebody that I don't really want to go with. So, I went, and the entire day, it was just, it was a series of unfortunate events, unfortunately, because it happened to become like a pretty stormy day that day. It was cloudy, it was kind of chilly. A lot of, like, as we got there, a lot of the attractions, you could say, were starting to close down because of, like, thunder and lightning warnings. But we got to do a couple of fun, like, we got to do, like, 2 things before everything just started shutting down. And I couldn't do a lot of the things that I really, really wanted to do. And so it just kind of sucked all around. Not only that, but I was just incredibly self-conscious about wearing a swimsuit. But the entire time, just like he was at the convention, he was, kind of doing the boyfriend act with me. For again, he was kind of like guiding me from place to place, and he was, you know, if we were like close to like another group of people or we were moving around a group or something, he would like put his arm around me and kind of guide me by like nudging me and pushing and pulling me as if he were my boyfriend, just like shepherding me. And I was just like, I'm already not comfortable with like physical contact because of my autism, and I think at some point I had to tell him, like, can you stop that, please? And he said, oh yeah, sure, no problem. Eventually it started raining because it was getting very cloudy, and there was just nothing else to do. Like, so we went inside the food court, which was an indoors place, thankfully, and we got something small to eat. We didn't have a lot of money to spend with, but we got something small. Like, I think we shared like a couple slices of pizza or something. And we were just chatting, and I don't remember everything that we talked about, but again, the subject came around to him not having a girlfriend. And he felt this need to bring up the fact that, like, oh, I've had sex before. And he would go into detail about one time where he fucked a prostitute, or that he was dating a prostitute or something like that. And I was just like, why are we talking about this? And he would start talking about how lonely he was and how he missed, like, you know, physical intimacy. And I've had sex before, and I would really like to have sex again. And I was trying to, like, because he was pulling that sort of like, and I've been depressed because I have no one to fuck, basically. And I was trying to be understanding and uplifting while also trying to give him those signals of, I'm not interested, right? And I kind of went into my personal experiences with either sex or arousal and just like explaining my side and trying to give him like motivation. Like I think I told him at one point, like, I don't think girls like guys who are so desperate for a girlfriend. Like if a guy comes off as desperate, I think a lot of girls see that as like unattractive. And I was trying to give him some like genuine advice, and I was like, I wish you luck, man. I really do. I felt bad for him because I can understand being depressed and lonely. Maybe not in an intimate sense. Maybe not in an intimate, like, physical sense I've ever experienced that kind of loneliness. What the fuck is happening with my ball? I mean, I guess it works. But, I just tried to wish him the best of luck, and yeah, they were also confused. But, yeah, I felt like it was going in a really wholesome direction where I was able to, like, pivot it into something more like, well, I hope it works out for you, man, and, I support you in your endeavors and whatnot. It's unattractive as a whole, agreed. And so, I'm wrapping things up. I'm like, okay, this is going in a good direction. I've kind of diffused the grenade, or diffused the bomb, and, he suddenly said something like at the end of the conversation, he said, "Can I tell you something really personal? Like, but I'm kind of worried you might get offended, but I want to tell you something personal." And I said, like, it takes a lot to offend me, shoot. And he leans in across the table. He leans in across the table, and he says, "I would really love to eat you out right now." And I was just like, oh, that's nice. I'm flattered. And I was just like immediately made so uncomfortable. And I was like, oh God, right? And we went outside and I pulled out my phone and I just went, oh shoot, my dad's texting me. He's here to pick me up early. And he's like, really? Are you sure? And I was like, yeah, it's just one of those things. I guess he got off work early. Ugh, darn. Like, what am I supposed to do about that, right? And he was really trying to, my coochie just attempted to run away. But like, I was clearly trying to like, just leave the situation in general. And he's like almost not quite begging me to stay, but he was just like, but it's just so, I get so frustrated at being around all these other couples and it makes me so depressed when I'm here by myself. And I was like, I'm sorry, man, I just gotta go though, nothing I can do about it. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. And I left. I went out into the parking lot where it was raining, and I just sat down, I texted my dad, asked him to come pick me up, and I just... and I sat there, like, for 15 minutes in the rain, just praying to, like, trying to hide somewhere in case he came out looking for me. And when my dad got there, I got into the car and I just started crying. Not because it was like such a terrible experience or that I was traumatized. Like, don't mistake me. Like, I wasn't traumatized from it or anything. It's just that I had never been in a situation quite like that and been put in a situation where I was like so like uncomfortable like that I just got so stressed from it, and just the disappointment of like not being able to enjoy the trip like I wanted to, and it just being a huge like just an uncomfortable experience in general. It just built up to this moment where I just had to cry, you know. And
use that reactant to open a
rhythm with the tism. And yeah, so that was the last time I ever saw him. I'm not proud of this, but I ended up ghosting him for a couple of months. And I shouldn't have. Like, I don't like it when I'm ghosted, and I don't like ghosting. I just didn't know what to say because I genuinely didn't want to talk to him anymore, but I also just didn't. This was back before I really knew how to like break up a friendship. Like nowadays, it's a lot easier for me to just say like, hey man, I don't think things are working out. And just try to end things as amicably as possible. Right? But back then I just didn't know how. Hey, come on, Mitzi. Sorry, Mitzi wants my attention. You were overwhelmed and the crying was the release. Yeah, basically. So yeah, I don't want you guys to get the wrong impression like I was just like so distraught and I was sexually harassed. Like, no, I don't consider what happened sexual harassment. Because first of all, he asked. Because like he said he was worried that it was going to offend me. And I told him, like he asked first. It's not like he was forcing this on me. So it's not sexual harassment. I was just made very uncomfortable. And I don't think he ever realized that. So I mean, I feel like he wouldn't have had a good response to you breaking it off with him. I think it's okay to ghost people who try to pressure you into shit, but I just don't think, I don't want to say that he was pressuring me into anything, because it's hard for me to know what was intentional and what wasn't, you know? But anyway, I did end up ghosting him for a couple of months until the friend that I mentioned earlier is the one who ended up messaging me, and she came out very hard on the paint, like very, like, on the offense, like very protective of her friend, James. And she was immediately just like, why are you ghosting him? Like, you haven't talked to him in months. Like, he's so upset that you're ignoring him right now. And I finally had to tell her, like, look, we had a thing that happened, and he made me extremely uncomfortable, and I just didn't know how to cut things off with him. And so I'm sorry. I mean, I shouldn't have ghosted, but at the same time, he just made me uncomfortable, and I didn't know what to do about it. And she actually became very understanding after that. She was like, oh, well, he's actually done the same thing to me, and I've had to turn him down gently. He's just the kind of guy that doesn't get it, you know? I understand, and she became understanding, and she kind of got it after that. And she said, it's no big deal, I'll let him know. And she ended up telling him for me, so I didn't have to confront him on my own, thankfully. And she said, like, yeah, he says he understands, he says he's sorry that he made you uncomfortable, and he understands. And so, yeah, and then, you know, nothing happened after that for, like, a year, I think? And then, a year later, out of the blue, his friend messages me again, and was just saying, like, hey, how are things going? And, I was like, oh yeah, good, how are things with you? And she's like, yeah, good, I have a baby now. And I was like, oh. And she's like, yeah, I met this really nice guy, and we were going out for a while, but, like, we broke up, but now I'm a single mom. And so things are kind of tough, but I'm getting through it. And, oh, actually, you know, I remember now why she reached out to me to begin with. She was just like, she messaged me out of nowhere and just being like, expressing regret for, like, going hard at me, that one time, because she also ended up having to break things off with him. Because apparently, he got mad at her for rejecting his advances after she became a single mom, and was just, I guess he became like a total incel after a while, where he was just being blackpilled on the internet and on 4chan and other places, and he was berating her and saying that she would be a terrible mom and things like that. And so she had to cut it off with him too, and she was just saying, like, you know, I wish I had done the same thing that you did, where I just stopped talking to him, but it's over now, whatever. And you know what? That shit happens, you know? It's very easy for, especially for autistic people, to get kind of radicalized in that sense, like very, especially like incel talk, you know? This is such a roller coaster. Well, I'm glad you think it's interesting. But yeah, that was my last experience having ooh, nice. Having one of those set up play dates with another autistic person. bad ending. And yeah, that whole experience just kind of taught my mom, like, okay, I shouldn't be trying to, like, set you up with other autistic people just because you're autistic. Like, it clearly doesn't work out as simple as you would hope it would. And so we all learned something valuable from that. And I think it's one of the reasons why I find it so difficult to make friends in real life as opposed to online. It's a lot easier for me to get along with people online than in real life. And I think that's becoming more common with, like, my generation and also the Gen Z generation, or even Gen Alpha now, where it's a lot easier for people to make friends online than in real life. You know, because a lot of those awkward situations, if something awkward like that happens, it's a lot easier to deal with it behind the computer screen than Black Pill. This is the worst bad ending you can get. Well, maybe not Black Pilled, I'm not entirely sure. I never spoke with him again after the water park stuff, so I don't know what kind of person he was really like after that. But, yeah, it was just, I remember I was telling that story in bits and pieces with Kumo and Kumo was like, do you think that's why you think you're asexual now? And I'm like, no, I didn't really want to do that kind of stuff even before that. Like, he was trying to be like, and no fault to him, he didn't understand the full context, but he was like, maybe you were just so traumatized that you don't want to put it out anymore. I'm like, no, Kumo, that's not it. Right. Sorry, I'll catch up with what you guys were saying. I mean, I feel like yeah, at least you recognize your faults. This kind of stuff is why I have fuck friends. North, I find it very hard to believe that you fuck. I'm sorry. Maybe that's just my bias talking. And if you are desperate, get some or hire a sex worker. Well, apparently that's what he did at some point. But it just isn't the same as having a girlfriend. Aw, sad face. I'm sorry, my cat is playing with her puzzle feeder in the background and making a lot of noise with it. Sorry about that. Anyway. So yeah, that was the lighter story I wanted to tell today. It's probably a bit more, it's a nice short and sweet story, even though it took me like an hour to tell, but I feel like it's a decent warm-up for the story I wanted to tell next, because it's a longer one. And I probably won't get through the entire story today. Because there's a lot. And there's probably a lot of stuff I don't even remember right now. North Bucks? Wow. This is why I think it's okay to go- oh yeah. His vibes were horrendous. Yeah, I can articulate myself better than through text than in... yeah, most of us can, I feel like. I think people need to strike a balance between online and offline. You can start online and meet IRL and vice versa. I hang out with my bed buddy, IRL, sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I have friends in real life. It's just I don't, like, go out there searching for friendship. It kind of just happens. Through circumstances, I guess you could say. Like, actually later today, I'm doing a Zoom call with some of my former coworkers from back in Colorado. We just wanted, I reached out to them a couple of days ago, just wanting to catch up and see how they were doing because I hadn't reached out to them in a while. So we're gonna do a Zoom call and kind of catch up on things. So that'll be nice. But, cat cam when? I don't know, when she decides to sit fucking still. You know, it's funny, I originally got my webcam, the one I use for my VTuber stuff, I originally got it because it was going to be a cat cam. And I actually did use it as a cat cam for a while. And it was pretty successful, I will say. But then I ended up moving twice, and it just kind of I kind of ended up, like, I didn't know where to place it, really, and my computer's in an awkward spot right now where it just wouldn't work out the same. So I'd have to get, like, a new camera or, like, a bigger cord or something in order to make it happen the way I want to. So that's kind of the idea right now. I had to explain to my boyfriend what sex-repulsed asexuals were because he didn't understand why my ace bestie was getting married if she didn't want to do anything sexual. Yeah, so a lot of people don't understand that, especially someone like Vlad, who's like, the whole point of a relationship is to have sex. You are meant to reproduce. It's like, yeah, well, that's why it's abnormal. That's why being ace is not normal. Right? Get a GoPro and strap it to the cat. No, but then you see me. I don't want you to see me. I want you to see my cat. I get nervous when my hand is in the shot with cat cam. Anyway. Yeah. Lot. I love lining them up like this so I can just like fire my bow. Oh shit. I've been so attached to the flying disc melee. It's like the only melee weapon I use. I don't use anything else. He did say that marriage is cringe. Vlad, stop being horny on main. Alright, let me get to the next story that I want to tell if we're all done with this subject. Up to you guys. It's a bit heavier because there's a lot of I call it institutional abuse. So and when I say institutional abuse, I mean like abuse from school or authority figures. Like abuse from authority figures, basically. If that's something that, you know, upsets you for whatever reason, I don't typically do trigger warnings, but I feel a little bit more soft and sensitive today. But, go for it? Alright. So, I wanted to talk a bit about, and I've talked about it before, but only in passing, but I wanted to talk a bit about my boarding school experience. And kind of try to tell it in as best of a chronological order as I can. And this is something I've been wanting to talk about for a while. I kind of was talking about it to my therapist the other day, and I realized I'm at a point in my life where my experiences with high school don't upset me anymore, but it's still at that point where I love talking about it with people, because it's just a way to get it off my chest, I guess. I'm so pissed there's a bug where you can't use Incarnon secondaries with a throne melee. What's an Incarnon? Honestly, I don't have everything like min-max, so a lot of my shit is just like whatever I fucking threw together, right? And again, I'm just kind of like free farming stuff right now. We can do defense again. We can just do a another Neo defense. Talk the talk. Alright, so this is about my high school boarding school experiences at a Presbyterian Christian boarding school in the middle of nowhere in buttfuck Iowa. So, to start off the story starts, right, when I'm 14, and in October of 2009, I run away from home. It wasn't really like your classic runaway story where I'm like gone for a few days. I only like ran away for a couple of hours. I don't remember what I was upset about at the time. There was just a lot of stress at home. It was an accumulation of just the side effects of having autism that nobody really understands, having a chaotic family with siblings you don't really get along with, a brother who has bad anger management problems, a mom who had bipolar, a dad who isn't very emotionally present. It's just a lot of stuff, right? But I'm sure like a specific fight happened and I was upset about it. And so very early the next morning, I got up, packed up some shit, and did the very like impulsive 14-year-old idea of I'm gonna run away from home. And so I pack up my shit, leave behind a note that was, albeit very ominous, almost probably scared my mom to death because I think I made it sound like I was going to be dead by the time that they found the note. Very dramatic of me. I don't think I was ever intending on killing myself, but regardless, I don't remember what the note said. But I left a note and just started walking. I ran away for 15 minutes one time as a kid. But yeah, what I ended up doing is that I just walked the length from my house to my school, which is actually a pretty far distance. It's like a 30-minute drive to get from where I live to the school I was going to. And this was still like junior high. So this wasn't high school yet. But, so I woke up early that morning. I don't know why. I think I made the decision just to walk there in the middle of me running away, because I guess while I was walking, I was just kind of like, what the hell am I doing? I don't know what I'm gonna do out here. And plus, like, I felt kind of bad because I knew that people were gonna be upset. And I don't know, I guess in the middle of that I just said, like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just walk to the school. And they can find me there. So maybe it was like in this like petty decision to just like, you know, give them a good scare. Like maybe they'll appreciate me. You know, it's that teenager kind of logic. Like maybe they'll appreciate me once they think that I'm gone for good, you know, that sort of thing. And so I walked to the school. I actually get to the school around the time that school opens, like around like 7 a.m. or something like that. I get there pretty early. Everyone thinks everything's pretty normal because I arrive on time with everybody else. Maybe a little earlier than normal. But I arrive on time. Everyone's just like, hey, how you doing? And I guess my parents called the school just to be like, have you seen our daughter, you know? And they were like, they probably said something like, yeah, she's here. She said that she got here by herself, which was kind of odd. And so I remember I went to the bathroom and I met one of my classmates in there, and she noticed I looked really upset, and I was like, she was like, are you doing all right? And I was like, yeah, I'm upset and I'm frustrated because I did something really bad. And she was like, you know, she was trying to comfort me and be like, well, it's okay. I'm sure it was nothing you can't be forgiven for. You know, God always forgives, because it was another private Christian school. I won't name names, obviously, but this school, this junior high was actually a pretty good junior high for a private Christian school. I had a lot of good teachers in that school, a lot of great classmates. But she was like, I'm sure you didn't do anything that can't be forgiven, and you know God forgives. And if God can forgive you, I'm sure they will too. You know, she didn't pry too much. She didn't feel the need to ask what it was about. So I went outside, back to the main area, and, you know, my parents come in, and the first thing that my mom does when she lays her eyes on me is that she comes up to me and she just grabs my arm. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. She grabs my arm just very firmly. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't do anything else. She just grabs my arm really, not tight enough where it hurts, but just really firm. And I knew she was upset. And I think she was like genuinely relieved and angry at the same time, so yeah, I feel bad about it, obviously. At the same time, I can't be too mad at myself because I was a dumb kid, right? So, already it's too soon for this shit. Anyway, After that, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happened around that. That was kind of just the catalyst for this. That, you know, my parents realized that they have a lot to handle. Like, they had me, they had my brother who was, like, also going through a ton of shit at the time, and my siblings, my sister who had, like, really bad generalized anxiety, basically. Just a lot of mental health problems were in my family. Even though my parents did their best to raise us well, it's one of those things where mental illness just got in the way of everything. The mom death grip. Yeah. Basically. But there was some other stuff that happened in between. For the rest of that winter, for the fall and the winter, I went to a day program at the Children's Hospital. Like, kind of like, not quite a mental hospital, but just, I think they call it an outpatient program, where you're not staying there, but you just come over for, like, the day hours every day for a couple of weeks. And so I spent some time doing that, and then a couple of months later, my parents start looking for just a boarding school. And this wasn't something that was forced upon me. I didn't go to this boarding school against my will. It's not like a bully the game situation where they just dropped me off and said, "Fuck you, bye-bye." You know, it wasn't anything like that. It was a mutual decision. I wanted to go. I wanted to leave this environment I was in because everything was so chaotic. And my parents just wanted me to get through school, essentially. And my grades were terrible at the time. My mental health was in the pits. I was angry and stressed all the time. And that was around the time I started gaining a lot of weight because I was stress eating and binge eating and whatnot. And of course, there was also the aspect of just wanting to keep me safe from my brother, because my brother was starting to act up, getting physical a lot during that time. Yeah, I would probably be feeling the same things if I was in her shoes. You stupid fucking child, I'm glad you're safe. Yeah, basically. Yeah, but... yeah, so... they were doing their research, and... you know, they would come to me and be like, "Hey, we found this place, do you think that's okay? It sounds like they have a lot of nice, cool stuff there." And I was just like, at that point, I was kind of in the mindset of like, look, anywhere is probably better than this for me right now, right? They found the place. I don't know what kind of replacement. Can you guys think of a nice, like, stupid name? Stupid, like, surrogate name for a really like pompous Presbyterian Christian boarding school? I want to give it like a replacement name, so I don't want to use the actual name, because that'll be identifiable information. Not because I'm worried about like getting sued, but because, again, it is identifiable information. I'm not worried about, like, slander or defamation or anything, because... well, I won't spoil it, but yeah. I'm not worried about that. I just prefer to keep stuff about my personal life as private as possible, without, like, naming names. You understand. But if you guys can think of a clever name, that'd be cool. No, I'm not calling it the Yeezy School of Hard Knocks. I'm not calling it that. It also has to be something shorter than that. What music is playing right now? Oh, that's a good song. Chick-fil-A? Alright, that works. Alright, it's the Chick-fil-A Christian School, alright? Fuck. Alright. Alright, so they find a place in the middle of buttfuck nowhere in Iowa called the Chick-fil-A Christian School. And this is a school that has been running since like the 50s. So, a bit of background on it. So this school started as like a church group, as most of these kind of schools do, in the 50s, and it was like a family-run church, right? And then it became sort of like a boarding place, or it became like a church plus school, and then from there it became a church plus school plus boarding. So like a Christian boarding school. And then they started pivoting their focus just from like boarding, like more towards like very focused care. Like they started pivoting the school more towards being for like troubled teens, basically. And we're talking about like pretty troubled, like kids that were like, you know, running away from home like I was, or were constantly getting in trouble like with the law and shit like that, or even like some having like, you still streaming? I've only been streaming for 5 hours, Vlad. Do you not know how long my streams go for a lot of the time? Must be your first time here. I told you this was gonna be the yapping session. Anyway. Am I up? Nope, never mind. Never mind.
Continue to defend.
You're trying to procrastinate napping? Well, maybe you can fall asleep to me yapping. So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, they started pivoting more towards like wanting to board troubled teens. Like there were people who would attend the school during the day and then go home, like to the nearest town that was close by. I don't remember what the nearest town. Well, I do remember. I just don't want to say it. But like, just to give you some context of like how like in the middle of nowhere this place was. The nearest small town, and when I say small, it was like just like some houses, right? That's how small this town was. But the nearest small town was like a 15-minute drive away. So nothing was like really within walking distance unless we're gonna walk for like an hour or two. Like in every direction there were cornfields and bean fields, depending on the season, but mostly cornfields. Like as far as the eye could see. But when I imagined, like I was a dumb kid at the time, like around 14, so when I imagined boarding school, I didn't think of some like place in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. I was thinking like some preppy, like one of those boarding schools you see in the movies, that like multiple story buildings, dormitories, where everyone is like in nice preppy uniforms, you know, clean white sheets, like silk curtains, that kind of shit. Yes, Enlaa, towns have houses. Shut the fuck up. It's yappy hour. Shut the fuck up, it's yappy hour, okay? I have a super low attention span? Well then you shouldn't fucking be here for story time, alright, Vlad? Alright, anyway. You can just watch all the flashing lights and close your eyes and try to sleep. So anyway, I was not thinking, you know, the middle of nowhere in Iowa when I was imagining this place. And I didn't see many pictures of the place. I think if I saw more pictures of the place, I'd probably be a bit more hesitant, but it looks can be deceiving, like especially like promotional media for the place. Like their website wasn't much help in that regard, because of course they're gonna use like the best and cleanest pictures for their promotional stuff. So I'll get the juicy details out of the way first. So what really sold my mom and dad on this place specifically is that they wrote to them, you know, told them about our family and my situation, being an autistic kid. And OMG, you were in Iowa, it all makes sense now. Yeah. Another reason why they chose Iowa is because it was very close to where my grandparents lived, so I could go there anytime there was like a holiday or a break, like a spring break or something, essentially. And, shit, what was I gonna say? But yeah, what really sold them on it is that they got, documentation and shit back. Like, they were corresponding with my, soon-to-be dorm parent. I'll say her... I'm not sure if I should use her... Like, if I come up with too many fake names, I'm gonna forget all of the fake names I'm using, right? So I'm just gonna use first names. And hopefully, like, people don't care enough where they're gonna actually, like, try and look into this shit, right? But, Lynn was her name. And, so she and my mom were corresponding back and forth, trying to figure out if this would be a good fit for me. Her trying to find out more about the school, and she was going to be my dorm parent if I were to go there. It is corn. It is just corn. My dad was born and raised in Iowa, so he knows everything about that state. But what really sold my mom on it is that after she told them I was autistic and that I had, you know, certain needs, Lynn sent back, after they had been corresponding for a while, Lynn had sent back a very, what my mom said, like, she said it was the best IEP she had ever read, in all of her experience, like, having worked with the school system and whatnot. And for those of you who don't know, an IEP means an individualized educational program, which is typically for people on the spectrum or for other learning disabilities or social or intellectual disabilities. Basically, like, special ed and your list of, like, your specific needs and what the protocol will be for you specifically. It's your individualized education plan, right? And she said that, like, out of all the, like, the public school shit that we went through and all of the years she spent fighting them to get the best, you know, to get the best interventional stuff that she could get for me, she said this was the best IEP that she had ever read. So I won't keep you in suspense about that, though. The IEP that they sent was fake. 100% fake. It was a template that she had found online and just filled it out, told my mom, you know, filled out with all the stuff that she thought that my mom would like to hear. That, like, oh yeah, we're totally gonna do this stuff. And they charged them an extra, like, $1,000 or so bucks a year to implement this program that they made up and never did. I didn't even know that this IEP even existed until, like, a year or two after I graduated. That's how fake it was. Yeah, totally, well, thanks. That's definitely what an IEP is. But anyway, it's definitely something that we could have sued them for, but, like, it was so, it might have been actually, like, 3 years after the fact, well, almost 3 years by that point. And it was just at that point where we were both, like, so done with it that we just didn't want to deal with it. So we kind of both agreed, like, I don't really want to go to court over this. Yeah, so not a great start that they were scamming my parents immediately right off the bat. Oh, you told me about that story. The summary, that is. Yeah. Well, this is part of that story. But, eventually, I had a phone interview with Lynn myself. You know, just to kind of... so we could introduce each other to each other. And for her to, like, set kind of ground rules of, like, well, if you're gonna come and stay here, you gotta understand there are some rules, there are some things that we do, and some restrictions, and yada yada yada. And still at that point, like, I was like, oh, she sounds pretty intimidating, she sounds pretty strict, but I'm a pretty good rule follower. Like, I think we'll get along, you know, because I'm not really, like... That's another thing with autism, is that there tends to be rigidity in, like, rule following. And so if there are certain rules, I'm more than likely to just follow them and be okay with them. I don't try to break the mold all that often. During that time, I was starting to like write cringy teenage fan fictions online. And it was during a time in my life where I was really into art and I was writing stories all the time and stupid fanfics, and I was actually doing like story role-playing with my friend. And so I asked her, like, how often will I be able to like go online? And she said something like, she said, you know, as long as your grades are good and you're on good behavior, like, you'll be allowed to use the internet. She never specified like how frequent internet usage was, but she just said like, oh, you're allowed to use the internet, you know, as long as your behavior is good. So she wasn't technically lying, she just lied by omission. We were allowed to use the internet, but only 30 minutes every week. And it was like heavily supervised. So for 30 minutes out of the week, at a very specific time during the day, you could use the internet in the library. You could use the computer in the library to email people, and you weren't allowed to do anything else except send emails, and that was it. Couldn't watch YouTube videos, couldn't go on other forums or websites. No DeviantArt, so I couldn't do that. So, that, you know, again, a lie by omission, basically. But I thought I had made it pretty clear, like, talking to her, that, you know, I gave her a lot of reasons why I like using the internet. Like, I was writing stories at the time. That was my creative outlet. I have friends that I'm talking to a lot on there. I had a very close friend I was, you know, talking to almost daily or nightly on there. And yeah, she just kind of said like, oh yeah, as long as your behavior is good and your grades are good, without, you know, giving any other description. But anyway, so yeah, after that, I was just like, hey, as long as, you know, the environment is stable and it's not chaotic like things are at home, and I don't have to deal with my siblings all the time, and I don't have to deal with my mom screaming at everybody, I think I'll be fine, right? Because, like, I didn't even mind the fact that I couldn't play video games or bring, like, my DS or anything. Like, if I could draw, write stories, and talk to my friend online, that's all I really cared about at that time. Hold on. Let me catch up with... I was diagnosed with ODD as a kid. Rules were just a challenge. Yeah. And that is oppositional... I've heard of that before. But it's like oppositional defiant disorder, is that right, Vlad? Please correct me if I'm wrong. No, DeviantArt was probably a good idea in hindsight. Well, again, the only reason I wanted to use it is because that's how I was talking to my friend at the time. And this person would end up being my close friend for like 15 years of my life. Right now, our relationship is kind of rigid, like not rigid, but it's kind of shaky. Right now, we're not as close as we used to be, but, you know, it is what it is. It happens.
Now or continue fighting.
Oppositional defiance disorder? I almost got it right. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of that. So yeah, I kind of got it right. I almost got it exactly right. That actually explains a lot, Vlad. That actually explains a lot. It sounds like you were sent to an Amish compound. Well, let me get through the rest of this without yapping on too much. You know, a couple of months pass. It's decided I'm gonna be going to this school, and my parents kept saying, like, you know, if you decide to do this and then you get there and you don't like it, you know, it's not like we're just gonna be able to like put you on a plane and bring you back here. And I was like, no, it's fine. I just wanted to be out of that environment. I was so stressed out every single day. Like, in distress all the time. I felt like anywhere would have been better than where I was. So, anytime they tried to like give me an out, I would just be like, no, I'm pretty set on doing this. So again, it wasn't forced on me or anything. I feel like if I was more informed, I would have said no. But in hindsight, for reasons I'll explain, and for reasons that probably will make sense later, I feel like still it was the right decision for me to go there, even if the things that happened were wrong. But anyway, so in March of 2010, I decided, because they were like, so it was in the middle of the school year, so they were saying we could get you in for the fourth quarter of the year, which was like the last fourth of the school year. So I'd be coming in towards the end of a school year and not the beginning of it. They were strongly advising, for obvious reasons, that that maybe we should wait until the next school year starts. And I just said no. Again, I was given the option to go sooner, and being a dumb kid, I just took the sooner option because that's how desperate I was to just get out of there. So they said, alright. And it was agreed that I would go there for the last quarter of the school year, and then I would stay there for their summer program, and then instantly start the next school year. So I'd be there for the spring, the summer. I'd be there for basically the entire year until like December, without going home once. And so, again, just agreed to do it. I knew what I was getting into, for the most part. Obviously, there were some omissions here and there, but for the most part, it was my choice. I feel like even if I was more informed, I might have made the choice anyway. Who knows? But, my mom and I get on a flight, we head out there, and the moment I see the place, I'm immediately like, oh, this is it? This is where I'm gonna be staying for like an entire year? And it really was just the middle of nowhere. I was not expecting it at all. Like I said earlier, I was naive and I just expected like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like, you know, like one of those poshy boarding schools that you see in movies. You know, where everybody has their own room with like nice white curtains and everything is all neat and organized. It was nothing like that. Everything, I wouldn't say it was like dirty or unkept. It's hard to describe. Just think of, I mean, it kind of was like a Christian compound with very old, outdated buildings from the 50s through the 70s. And a lot of them were not well maintained. So just think of it like that. Your outlook on life is hella resilient? I guess so. I'm kind of a softie, to be honest. I'm that kind of person that is like, that it overthinks and is anxious about shit. Like, I overthink stuff and I have such mad anxiety about shit before and after they happen, but during situations, I can handle them pretty well. I think I just kind of drown out my emotions and then handle those emotions before and after the fact. Whereas when I'm in the moment, I'm just kind of like, alright, I'm just gonna hunker down and just do it, right? And maybe that's why streaming has gone so well for me. But then when I'm not streaming, I'm like, I don't want to stream. It's really hard to describe this place, so I'll try to describe... I wish I could show you guys photos of the place, but I feel like that'd be too identifiable. And I don't think I'd be able to, like, find any on such short notice. You know what I could do? Well, no. Not right now. But later. I could probably do it later. I still have the journal that I was keeping. It might be interesting, actually. It might be some good reading material. But I was keeping a journal at the time where I was writing like every other day. And so I still have a lot of the thoughts that I had at the time during that time. So that might actually be interesting to revisit if I can go and find that journal. I know where it is, I just have to go get it. frugal. I guess you could say that. I'm definitely a function over form type of person. Like, for example, yesterday, or no, just for as an example, my apartment, like, my mom and my dad keep saying, like, if we knew how bad of shape this place was gonna be in, like, we would have never recommended this place. We would have never suggested you move here. And I was like, I'm totally fine with where I'm living right now. Like, my apartment, I'd say the water gets turned off, like, twice a week. My lights are constantly running out of battery. My smoke alarms don't, not that they don't work, but that they run out of battery really quickly. The bathroom is dilapidated. The paint is peeling off. But, like, it's actually cool you kept it. Oh, I liked to document everything. If I had a thought on something, I was gonna tell you about it. Right? I like to keep everything. I've kept, like, every sketchbook I've ever had. Like, I just have all of those things. Because it's a part of my life. And my life is special to me. So, yeah. And plus, who knows, if I ever get famous one day, they'll have a plethora of stuff to make a movie about. Let's just say that. But, I can go see if I can go find it real quick. So, give me a second. We can make this a more in-depth story time. Be right back. I do have to keep an eye on the clock, though. Because in 2 hours, I gotta go get ready for... Well, actually, probably sooner than that, because I gotta install Zoom and all that. I gotta get ready for a friend call, so... This can't take too long. We might have to leave it on a cliffhanger for tomorrow. I'll be right back. Funny thing about this journal in particular, I'm going to run a movie night to stream the Beavis and Butthead movie. You aren't gonna stop me. Okay, you can do that if you want to. You guys can run your own events in the Discord if you want to, unless you were talking about your own Discord, North. But you can do it in mine if you want. They had you living in a crack den. Damn. No, I'm talking about. I wasn't talking about my dorm in boarding school. I'm talking about my apartment now. I know the kitchen light doesn't turn on, but, like, I mean, what I was trying to get with at that point is that my parents are always like, ugh, they need to fix this, or they need to get this fixed, or they need to get this replaced, or every time she comes over, she's like, I can't believe you have to live with this, like, just paint peeling in the bathroom. And I'm just like, my mindset is, as long as it works and it's not filthy, I can live with it, you know? That's my outlook on it. Anyway, I have this journal here, and funnily enough, so this journal is a Spanish journal that I got from a friend when she went to visit Argentina. So, the journal has... The title of the journal is Duendes, which I'm pretty sure means dwarves in Spanish. I'm not sure, my Spanish is pretty rough. But all of the months and weeks and dates in this journal are all in Spanish. I didn't write in Spanish, obviously. I just thought the journal was neat, so I kept it. But I'll just skip to the good shit, right? A lot of this journal was like anticipation up to the day where I was, you know, gonna leave. So, and a lot of the pages are falling out. Need light, burn home. Well, now I feel like a jackass. Let's see, I even took the time to write out who people were. Like, if I mentioned somebody, I took the time to write out, like, in an extra page, like, who this person is. I was very thorough with these things. Okay, where do we start off? Alright. Is this it? Sorry. Dwarf? Yeah, I don't know. It's like a brand of journal back in Argentina, I guess. I guess I can read it verbatim. This was on March 24th, 2010. On a Wednesday. Of all days. Alright, my things are all put away in my new room and I'm all set for boarding school. Sigh. I wrote out sigh. I'm gonna miss home though. I almost broke out into tears everywhere I went. I feel fine actually. I made a new friend named Hyun-hee. She was Korean. I think, and she is also my roommate for the rest of the year. I just hope I have enough time for my comic around here. I was drawing a comic at the time. It feels just like college around here, at least that's what my mom told me. Actually, I think I'm going to like it here. The girls are all nice, well, so far. I need to work on my handwriting more, lol. Oh yeah, that's right! Like, as I was writing this journal, I'll describe kind of what the dorm looked like in a second, but as I was writing this, I wrote, uh-oh, one of the girls just came in. Oh my god, you guys are gonna get a kick out of this. Holy shit. I wrote, uh-oh, one of the girls just came in and she's openly cussing. I don't know if that defines her personality or not. It's too early to judge. She's not cussing around the dorm parents. I would go tell them, but I'm new. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with somebody yet. I hope my brother's not messing up my room at home. Oh, that's so funny. Anyway. Now, let me take some time to describe what this place looked like. It's good that you keep... Oh, wonder how often she writes about me in there. Right now I don't journal, and if I do, it's usually just like... whatever, blood. Ah yes, the commentary journal. EP pissed me off today. He said Pop-Tart for the 5,943rd time. Yeah, I keep track. It's good to keep journals though. Everyone should. It helps you unpack your thoughts and improves memory. True. Young Enlaa making me cringe because she's literally me. You know? Alright, let's find something to do while I describe this place. Okay, it's hard for me to explain, like I'm really bad at setting the scene, you could say. So let me just start by kind of explaining the outside a little bit. So from what I remember, and this is purely from memory, when you drove in, it's almost all gravel road in there. There are some sidewalks where like you walk from building to building, so it was like, it kind of was set up like a compound because it started as a church and then people would live there, whatever. And so you had like dormitory buildings, and then from there you'd like walk down the gravel road to the main buildings, which were like, the main buildings from what I remember was like the gym, and then the main auditorium building, and then another building for like all the classrooms and stuff. That's from what I remember. Enlaa needs a Morgan Freeman AI to narrate. I would love to do text-to-speech donations at some point where you can choose the AI voice that reads out the message. Like, I know Pyrocynical does that, and it's so funny. Like, you can add, like, soundboard effects to it. It's hilarious. Anyway, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the story so far. But, I just recall, like, a lot of the buildings there, some of them were pretty abandoned. I recall having walked around the campus once, and I came across one of the buildings that was left abandoned for like a couple of years, and I looked inside the window, and the entire house was littered, every surface was covered in dead ladybugs, just everywhere. And I was just like, holy shit. I didn't say that because I didn't swear back then, but still. Yeah. Shit was crazy. But, let me describe the place where I lived, because that's where I spent most of my time, right? So, you pull into the driveway, it kind of looks like a normal house. And it's divided in two different parts. So, it's divided in the upstairs room and then the basement area. And yes, we were actually kept in a basement. They kept us in the basement. But, so you enter, and then there's a stairway that goes up to the dorm parents section of the house, where they have like their own house up there, and then there's the other staircase that leads down into the lower floor area, which was the dormitory. And so you went down the stairs into this lounge area, and when I say a lounge, it wasn't really that well. Actually, you know what I could show you guys? Maybe. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I will. After this. I did put together, like, sort of this graduation video, because I brought a home video camera with me, and, on top of keeping a journal, I would, like, film stuff with my video camera a lot, because my mom likes to think that it was one of my coping mechanisms. It's how I best dealt with the world around me. It gave me something where I felt like it was tangible, like it was documented, basically. But I ended up making like an end of the year video that everybody could watch, so that was nice. But I have it up on YouTube, actually. I'd have to be careful though. I'd have to download it because I don't want to share the title. The title has the name of the school in it. For now, we're just calling it the Chick-fil-A Christian School. So, that's fun. Yeah, Christians do wild. All of that just sounds like Iowa. I would narrate Baldur's Gate 3 and Morgan Freeman AI. I'm sure somebody's working on making those. Like, narration replacements with AI voices. I can imagine that.
Look for more reactant.
I'm sure somebody's working on that mod right now. Anyway. I could probably show you guys that if you were interested. Maybe I can wrap up this story time with that. That's actually a good place to wrap things up. You know, it's the calm before the storm, so to speak. But, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, you come down to the lounge area, and it's kind of just like a big room with, like, it had really shitty, like, diarrhea-colored carpet. And, it was probably old carpet. And then you turn the corner from the lounge room, and you just come down this long hallway that has multiple doors, along the walls. One of those led to a communal bathroom. So it was... It kind of looked like one of those shitty public bathrooms where each bathroom was a stall, or each toilet was a stall, and then you had some showers with like curtains, so you could have some privacy, and then you had the communal sink, you know, shit like that. And I want to give you some legit advice here. Do not show that video to the internet. Well, I'm not in it. I'm not in it, if that helps. You never see me in it, because I'm always the one behind the camera. What do you think would be weaponized against me by me using it? Just out of curiosity. I probably won't. It's probably a good idea to not show it, but actually probably not a good idea for me to show it, you're right. And honestly, I might just go and take it down. You might have a good point. It's probably not best to have it up in public anyway. Download and make redactions and show us next stream. I mean, I could do that. Yeah, maybe I'll set up something for tomorrow where I can show a couple of things. Not anything identifiable, but just so you guys can get an understanding of what it looked like. I guess, just that, at least that much. But yeah, so there were 3 people living in each room, and these rooms were pretty small. Like, I'm talking about... I almost want to bring up like an MS Paint thing so I can show you guys just how small these rooms were. But you had to really like make it work. I don't know my measurements all too well, but just think of like, I don't know. Maybe I'll do like a rudimentary drawing. To answer your question, Enlaa, I have no idea what could be weaponized against you in the video. I have not seen it. Just advocating for segregation of IRL and internet. Yeah, I have to agree. Which is why I'm trying to keep identifiable like information out of it. But I don't think it'd be a bad idea to at least show some visuals, as long as it's not identifiable like visuals, where it's like can't really tell where it is. You just know what it is, basically. Oh gee, Shadow Stalker, he's here. Well, he's not anymore, he's dead, but he showed up for a second. The Mirage is really good to use for defense, especially if you know where to aim the fucking ball. Here comes the airplane. Me. Are you like me? You go chasing after the dropship? I killed them all before I did. Rip. Okay, anyway. And also, okay, harvest stills from it? Yeah, I could do that too. So the idea is that there were 2 different dormitories. Well, actually, a couple at the time, but I'll just keep it to 2. There was one for the girls and one for the boys, and they were on opposite sides of the campus. Like, that's how much they did not want the boys and the girls to fraternize. God forbid. Lesbians, gay people, they didn't exist, I suppose. But, didn't matter anyway. I had heard, like, stories that they had instances where, like, where teens would meet up with each other at night and do the sex. Secretly, and then they would get caught. But I had never heard anything of that nature while I was living there. But, like, they were... I mean, you can imagine it. It was Presbyterian, and so they didn't even want boys and girls to be holding hands at all, or dating at all. It was just totally Puritan, essentially. Mirage is even better when you have the explosive Fledgman augment. I do need to get that. You have an extra? Oh, I mean, is it valuable? Because I don't want to take something that's, like, valuable. Isn't that the one that makes the items explosive as well? Like the item drops. The romantic tension of the religious queer students is unrivaled. Yeah, I know a couple of students that I remember from there who are now gay and or trans. Ooh. I know a specific someone who went there. Who you know, became FTM, female to male. But he had a really hard time during his time with them. And I can get into that later. But that's for another time, right? But yeah, I guess... Obviously I get there and I'm very homesick. And so I get moved in with 2 different students, and one of them, her name is Hyunhee, and she was a Korean transfer student, or foreign student, I guess. feeling shoot. I'll find a place to wrap up, but I might have to end this stream like an hour. Okay. Let me just bring back and tell her that I can talk in half an hour. I'm gonna give myself in half an hour. I hope that's okay with you guys. Oh shit, no! I can't run away from the parasites. Okay, shoot, that's a bad one. Bad ball. Bad ball. Yo, I saw a mirage where the ball was following them instead of them throwing it out into the abyss. Do you know what mod that is? Or what syndicate you get it from or whatever? Or if it's even a mod, I guess. I'll start from back here. But anyway, yeah, not only was it for troubled teens, but oddly enough, it was also like for foreign students that were coming there to learn English. Like, it would be like foreign students who had missionary parents was the idea. So there were a lot of Korean students there whose parents were missionaries, I believe. And then there were some Eastern Africa? I forget. Some Ethiopian students there. Which is a country I never knew existed until I went to this school. And actually, them having foreign students was actually the reason I had to get my tetanus and polio shots. Polio shots because of the fact that there were foreign students there. And tetanus because it's like out in the middle of fuck nowhere. But that was the first time I got my tetanus and polio shots, which are the shots that you get like every 10 years. So I'm probably gonna be due soon. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna be due soon. I might have to ask them when the last time I got my shots was. Well, I guess you don't really need them if you're not traveling. Anyway, yeah, I have 3 copies. You can get them from the syndicates. Let me spoil you. Okay, yeah, we can do a trade after this. And then the rest of this, I'll just, chat and do story time. How did that?
That's it.
That'll work out.
You opened the relic.
So I'll just
finish
leave
your
after this
mission
one.
and we'll take a look inside.
Battlist Prism. Gotcha. Right now, I'm with the Red Syndicate and the Steel Meridian. Is that what it's called? The Steel Meridian? I can't remember. I'm with them right now, and so I'm like trying to buy all their stuff before I jump to a different one, if that makes sense. Anyway. Oh, fuck, where was I? It's hard for me to talk in a chronological order because there was just a lot. Obviously, when I got there, my first question was like, alright, when do I get to use the internet? Like, almost never. Again, it was like once a week for 30 minutes and heavily supervised. So let me give you an idea of the kind of how restrictive this place was. No computers, no TV, no movies. If we had movies, it was like a communal thing, like maybe a couple times a month we'd get together to watch a movie or two. No video games, no handheld devices, no cell phones. Phone calls were also restricted to 30 minutes once a week, and those were also heavily supervised. And music. We couldn't have iPods, and that was the thing at the time. iPhones, I don't think, were a thing at the time. I think that was around the time the iPads were just starting to become popular. Did I say iPads? I meant iPads if I said it wrong. But, yeah, we could only have a CD player, and we were allowed a max of 10 different music CDs. And each music CD had to be pre-approved. It had to be either like something Christian or approved by the dorm parent or the supervisor, I guess you could say. So yeah, it was pretty restrictive.
The extraction team will
Alright,
take
let me
over
go
from
ahead
here.
and close
Time
out
to
the
evacuate.
game and switch to a more like, I don't know, like a chill feel, I guess. I don't know what I'm gonna have in the background, but I'll figure it out. God, I feel like I've been yapping for a long time. Oh yeah, hold on, I'll meet up with ya. I don't know, just shoot me like a whisper or something. I can show you my dojo real quick. Not too much special about it because I'm not a decorator, but I can show you around real quick. Yeah, those are all the restrictions that I can remember. Just right off the top of my head. iPods and iPhones were a thing. Yeah, I'm thinking of 2010, so it was more often than not people still had flip phones during that time. Especially in buttfuck nowhere, Iowa, right? So, yeah. So a lot of those things, if we came with those things were confiscated immediately. Like cell phones, iPods, things like that. And those things would just be held until we left. Like for spring break or when we graduated or some shit. I'm still unpacking my stuff, I just moved. It'll have to be tomorrow or something? Ah, gotcha. Never mind. I'll just show you my dojo then. It's full of a lot of random rooms because I was experimenting. So we have the meditation room, which is kind of nice. And then we have some other stupid rooms around here that don't make any sense. I'm actually, I haven't been in here for a while. So, but I know here is the other place where it's just a big fucking forest. Which is nice. And then over here, I think, is the dueling arena. I dueled a couple of times in here and it sucked. I lost, like, every time. And then up here is the elevator. I don't remember what this goes to, if it goes to anything at all. That facility sounds based. Based and compilled. Cornpilled, sorry. I can't read. Okay, I don't see anything of importance here. I'm gonna leave everything. Alright, let me go ahead and switch it on over to... Yeah, let me just switch it over to, God, I don't know. You know what, I'll just pull up my VRM thing. Oh yeah, I need to send her a text. Your time? No, at 11:30 your time. My bad. I keep forgetting that Colorado's an hour behind me. I should arrest my buddy to let me update our dojo and clan sigil. I think the less internet can only be a good thing. I mean, we found shit to do there, so it wasn't a totally bad thing. The only reason I found the internet to be important is because I had a friend I wanted to stay in contact with. Alright, I'll let him know. Alright, so I'll be stopping in like 30 minutes. I'll give myself a little bit extra time since I'm setting shit up. I kind of agree, but just leave me out of it. I like my internet. I am kind of glad that there wasn't like free internet everywhere, but you know. Alright, I'm just gonna... Alright. We're just doing some basic story time shit. I'll try and speedrun some stuff, and I'll crack out the journal. Ban DeviantArt? Yeah, I don't use DeviantArt anymore. Yeah, you're right, Villanilla. Let me go through some of these. It was only a couple of days later where I was starting to feel homesick. So on March 30th, 2010, I wrote, I still miss home. I don't think this will ever pass. I want to go home more than ever now. I want to go back to the life I was living. I know I was only here for about a week, but I don't like this place. To tell you the truth, I miss home the most. Before I left, I wrote a song. Oh god. I was writing songs too? God, I was cringe back then. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm skipping past stuff that isn't relevant, really. Because sometimes I would just veer off into writing about random shit that would make me feel better. What happened with DA? Well, I don't fucking know. The eclipse happened, and it's really bad and everyone hates it. Yeah, I mean, my roommates were nice. But yeah, one of them, her name was Hyunhee, and the other's name was Maydot. So, one of my roommates was Korean and the other was Ethiopian, so that was interesting. Nobody there really knew me. I mean, obviously not. I was coming in at the fourth quarter of the semester, so like really late. And so yeah, nobody really got the chance to know me, and nobody really cared to get to know me because some of them were already graduating. And so I felt pretty isolated for that last semester of the school year. Writing songs as a cringe teen is a canon event. Yeah, they weren't good songs, let's be honest. I don't remember them either. They were probably bad. Let's see. April 6th, 2010. Hey, that's actually my birthday. Oh, that's right. God, okay. Their rules were very strict, and their punishments were very strict. I remember, like, I hadn't even been at the school for a month, and I was struggling to, like, you know, keep up with, like, rule following and whatnot. And as much as I wanted to follow the rules, it was hard for me to. They had a bunch of rules, like, you were, like, mandatorily obligated to make your bed every morning. And they did not like tardiness in the slightest. Like, you were, like, 1 minute late to something, and you would be punished for it. And when I say punished, I mean, like, you would get detention, you would have to stay late. You'd probably have to clean, like, you'd probably have to mop the floor or do some chores around the school building. I remember the second day I was there, I forgot to make my bed because I was never in the habit of making my bed, so I forgot. And I was forced to run laps, like 10 laps, early the next morning. So they would wake me up early to go run laps and then be like, alright, go get ready for school, essentially. But yeah, the night, or like the day before my birthday, they were like, oh, you were 2 minutes late to church this morning? Well, you get detention tomorrow. So they gave me detention on my birthday. Yeah. And something else that happened that I didn't write about is that when I got there, I wanted to tell people that I had autism. Like, probably not in the most well thought out way. I would just be like, hi, I have autism, you know? And I thought it was important for people to know that about me. Like, I would be like, oh yeah, it just means I'm a bit more sensitive to noise, or I don't like to be touched, or things like that. And, you know, other students would just be like, oh, okay, yeah, whatever. But then what happened is that one of the adults pulled me aside and told me, hey, can you stop telling everybody that you're autistic? And I was confused because I was taught by my mom that I should tell people that I'm autistic so that they are informed that I have a disability. And I was just confused, and I was like, well, why? And I remember him saying something like, because we don't want you to be using your autism as an excuse to not improve yourself. Or you're going to be held to the same standards as everybody else, and you can't use that as an excuse or a crutch. And I was just like, oh, okay. So I was discouraged from telling people about my disability and just to pretend I didn't have one, I guess. Even though apparently they wrote an IEP for me. But whatever. So... yeah, but during that time I was incredibly homesick and I was already regretting it and I wish I had never come. And I just wanted to go home, which is understandable. Oof, sounds like an Air Force Academy. Yeah, it was like military school, basically, even though it was never advertised as such. Very strange. Hey Spar, how's it going? We're wrapping up soon, but I'm wrapping up some story time stuff, right? Another thing that was interesting that happened is that, and this is something I never really considered until after, like, you know, a couple of years after I graduated. So, before I left to go to this school, I had saved up some allowance to buy some Sonic the Hedgehog Archie comic books. Hang on, let me take a drink. I was an awful kid, LMAO. Damn, missed this whole stream? That's okay. The beginning reaction stuff was a bit of a downer, but storytime has been fun so far. And we'll continue this tomorrow for sure. What about all this makes you say that you're glad you still went through it, though? Well, that's something I'll probably talk about more at the end of this story. I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it at all. But anyway, so before I went to the school, a couple of months before, I had ordered online a bunch of Sonic the Hedgehog Archie comics because I was obsessed with Sonic the Hedgehog during that time. It was like my autistic hyperfixation, right? I had such a big, like, teenage crush on Sonic. Whatever, you can call it cringe, I don't fucking care. And so I was like, wait, they make comics? And I wanted a bunch of them. And I saved up a bunch of my own money, you know, doing odd jobs around the neighborhood and stuff like that, and I finally bought these comics. They got delayed, so I didn't get them right away. And so what ended up happening is that, you know, some of them arrived before I left for boarding school. Is playlist making me nostalgic? Oh, actually, hold on a second. I actually can't play this song, I forgot. This is actually gonna get me flagged. Sorry, we gotta take off Shut Up and Dance, sorry. I just remembered that one will actually get my shit blocked in certain regions. Can't tell you why, I don't know why, it's just a decision that they made. Sorry. We'll have to go to the next one, sorry. He actually earned to buy comics, that's really admirable. Well, I did things like, I would do dog sitting for my neighbors as well as house sitting. Which is like the easiest shit in the world, so it wasn't like I worked my ass off or anything. There were times where my brother and I would like go and like... My mom had a small landscaping business at the time, so we would go and like help her out with like some manual labor stuff and get paid for that, so just small stuff every here and there, right? And so I worked up Shadow and Sans. Shadow, not Shadow, Sonic. Sonic and Sans, I'm seeing a pattern. Right. Yeah, I'm autistic. Fuck off. The YouTube overlords work in mysterious ways. Well, it's just the copyright holders, right? Also, thanks for joining the Discord, Spar. Welcome, welcome. But you never really asked for your parents, right? You mean like money? I mean, if I ever earned something from my parents, it was allowance. They did it, you know, the standard way. So what ended up happening is that some got delivered before I left. But a lot of the deliveries got delayed. And so my parents worked out this deal. They said, okay, when your comics arrive here, we will send them to you at boarding school. And I was like, cool, sweet deal, right? So when my dorm parent received them, she withheld them and decided on her own accord to start, like, using the comic books that I bought with my own money as, like, reward for good behavior. Right? And I was the only one that she was doing this to. She wasn't doing this with anybody else. She decided to do it with me. And, so every student in the dorm had what we called the checklist. No, was it a checklist or a check sheet? I forget. But we had a check sheet. And, I think not every student, but just problematic ones. And me being new, I was automatically given a check sheet. And from what I recall, a check sheet was you being checked. Oh, God, speaking of Sans, you guys are gonna love this. Listen to this. Oh my God, that would piss Kumo off so much if he was here right now. I don't care anymore. I'm free to be me, man. Yeah, like, Mom, can you buy me that? Oh yeah, sometimes, but we were taught to really, like, consider what we wanted. Like, we were a middle-class family, so we had money, but they raised to be like, you have to really like decide that you want something before we're gonna get it for you. That kind of thing, right? So yes, there were times, but I was getting to that point in my life where I had to start, you know, if I wanted to get a game or comic books or something, I had to, you know, use my allowance, you know, or birthday money. Sans Vocaloid! No, dude, listen. I want more Sansloid in my life. There is not enough of it. I want to learn. I need Nil's help. Okay, no, fuck it. When Nil gets back from his escapade in the woods, when he's back from his Unabomber shack, I want him to teach me how to do Sansloid, specifically. That's what I'm gonna make him teach me. Fuck it. I hear that. This is what I hear when you chat with me. Cringe culture is dead and I'm free. Ah, Spar. I'm sorry for your loss. Fuck. I'm still watching the reactions. What I do. Oh, no one tell him. 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 Oh god, I'm running out of time. Fuck. Okay, so this is the last story I'll have to tell this time around, right? But anyway, she decided to withhold these comic books and use them for good behavior for, like, a week of, like, good check sheet progress. And again, from my memory, what a check sheet is that every part of the day, whether that was, like, the morning attendance, you know, making bed, getting, like, up and dressed in the morning, being on time at school, every activity of the day had, like, a check mark where, like, a supervisor would be like, yep, you did that thing right. Yep, you made your bed. Yep, you cleaned your living space. You know, yep, you were on time to attendance. You were on time for this class. Yep, you did your homework. Everything. It was exhausting. I brought that check sheet book back home after I graduated and I fucking burned it. I hated it so much. I'm back, what the fuck? Shut up. You should stream the Nilsy Tunes Music School. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. But, so, she withheld these comics that I bought with my own money to be like, okay, if you do a week of good behavior, you'll get one comic book. And anytime I was, like, slipping up anywhere or, like, really struggling with something, she would be sure to mention it. Not just, like, openly, but, like, just around my peers. Like, well, if you want those comic books, you have to be on good behavior, and just like really talking down to me in a patronizing tone around my peers. And it was so embarrassing for me. So it's like, it's not something I was proud of, it was just a special interest for me. And I was the youngest in my dormitory at the time. I was like 14 with a bunch of like 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And so I already felt like inferior to everybody, but now my dorm parent was like holding this thing that I was kind of... And he gave me a migraine the way you would pause and yap and then complain about how hard it was to follow, and you would rewind and listen and get sidetracked again! That's just what you sign up for at this point, Kumu. Akumo? Was she a parent herself? Yeah, she had raised 4 kids, but she was at that age where they were all, like, all grown and doing their own shit, right? So she was on the older side. But she was just one of those strict parents. Sans world is mine drops. Sans is world is mine. Sans world is mine drops when... I think that's a thing, if I had to look it up. Let me just look it up real quick. No, it's not a thing! I am so surprised. I am so shocked that it is not a thing. I'm telling you, they didn't make enough of them. They did not make enough of them. Alright, no problem, North. I'm gonna be done soon. But yeah, she was a bitch. I hated her. And I still hate her. I think I sent her, like, an email, like, 2 years ago, just being like, hey, fuck you. I hope I never have to interact with you ever again in my whole life. And it's changed my mind. I like the eating part of her policy. Cook and eat your problems. Sometimes people are the problem. Huh? Wait, what? Where did that come from? If I was your mom and I heard about the dorm parent treating you this way, I would have I mean, my mom has said that in hindsight, if she knew about half of the stuff that was going on, she probably would have pulled me out. Which had happened a couple of times while I was there. I had seen parents pulling their kids out of the school. Like, coming and physically taking them away. Because they were like, what the fuck is going on here? It's your time to shine! Now's your time to shine, Enlaa! Alright, whatever. Yeah, I'm at that point in my life where these things don't upset me anymore. Like, I've gotten therapy and I haven't gotten over it, but it's like... It's where I can talk about it without getting upset, you know? But, there's a lot of shit that they would just tell us lies for no reason. Like, anytime they would enforce, like, a strict policy, they would just be like, and your parents are on board with this. And we've, like, you know, we've run this by your parents, and they're totally on board with it. And then, like, after I graduated, I would tell my mom about half of the stuff, and she'd be like, I never knew about that. Like, I would never be okay with that. There was one fucking lie that they kept telling us that was insane in hindsight. But I just believed it because I was stupid, right? They kept telling us that this school was, like, our last shot. Like, our last chance before we have to go, like... They said if we got expelled from the Chick-fil-A Christian school, we would be sent off to the Dominican Republic to a military school in the Dominican Republic. No joke, no joke. It sounds like I'm making that shit up, but... then rumors started spreading, like, I heard that there was a guy and a girl that got caught having sex, and they were shipped off to the Dominican Republic. Then we'd be getting my therapy bills on God, bro. Yeah, fuck that bitch. Can we all just take the time to call her a fucking bitch? I know where she works now. She's taking her fat ass back to Brooklyn. Doing some horse shit over there, quite literally. And, I hope she... You know, I'm not gonna say it. I hope she gets a nasty divorce with her alcoholic husband. That's all I'll say about that. Yeah, I gotta watch the rest of the interview. I appreciate you taking the time to react to my old videos. You did manage to point out a bunch of flaws that I coincidentally improved on unconsciously over the time. Yeah, you've become a lot more confident in your video making, that's for sure. No problem, Gangy. Oh, I'm not saying she's quite literally doing horse shit. Okay. Drag her ass. The Dominican Republic isn't even that bad. Ohio people are weird. Oh, this was Iowa, but whatever. Yeah, also her husband was an alcoholic, and they would scream at each other like every night. Like, our dormitory, again, was right directly underneath their section of the housing place, and almost every night they'd be getting into screaming matches with each other, like fighting over some dumb shit that nobody fucking cared about. They fucking hated each other. And he had a drinking problem, not very well disguised. He just seems like an angry person, right? I heard, you know, a few years after I graduated, he had to go to rehab for a while. Who the fuck ever hears about Iowa? I've never heard of shit happening there. Well, this shit happened there. Iowa versus Florida competing for worst state? Well, to be fair, these two were from New York, so these aren't even Iowans I'm talking about. Yeah, I hope none of her kids talked to her and she divorced her alcoholic husband. That's it. That's all I have to say about that. I hope they send her to a nursing home. That's what I'll say. But yeah, yeah. Babe, I'm drinking wine for Jesus, I promise. Ohio, Iowa sounds the same. They kind of do. I'll have you know I failed middle and high school geography. Nice. I actually failed algebra, and I had to, like... I was, like, a year behind on math. So, I was, like, behind in algebra when everyone else was, like, ahead. That's, like, proof of my retardation. I couldn't figure math out. But I'm gonna have to wrap it up. I got 10 minutes left. So... I guess I'll keep going through my journal. I have my old journal here. I was mostly talking about this junior high crush I had back at home. Oh yeah, I was renting about this girl named Kaylin while I was staying there. She was a very strange girl. She was like a little bit older than me, and she was still doing things like sucking her thumb and carrying a blanket everywhere. And it's funny because that's the girl that my mom thought I would get along with well. I think I wrote April 17th, 2010. I still dislike Kaylin. She's so careless and immature. She's fucking 14. Who sucks their thumb at the age of 14? That actually pisses me off. Why can't she just grow up already? Oh well. God. Just teenage shit. But mostly I would just write about shit like, just like comic book shit. Just because it made me feel better to write about. In the dorm, we have a dog named Pee-Pee. She has 3 legs. Pippi, like Pippi Longstockings, by the way. We have a dog named Pippi. She has 3 legs. She's so sweet, but Kaylin keeps calling her a disgusting creature, and she's not joking. She probably was joking, to be honest. What the hell? Just because Pippi has 3 legs, she has to judge her in such a shallow way? Whenever Pippi comes down to visit us, Kaylin says stuff like, "Go away, you ugly freak of nature." Or that just sounds like Vlad. Or something worse. I asked her why she dislikes her, and she said she has 3 legs. That's gross. What the fucking hell? She really pisses me off. If she does that again, I swear I'll punch her. I don't think I ever punched her, although I really wanted to. This song makes me want a lobotomy. Yeah, fair enough. Sassy Enlaa is so funny to me. Sassy teenager Enlaa, what a gem. Yeah. I mean, hey, listen, I had to bitch about something. Oh, God. Okay. April 24th, 2010. My grandparents came to visit me today. They were kind of embarrassing, but, you know, grandparents are like that. We went off campus and went to this old mill that was built in the 1860s. That was kind of what a field trip was like back then. And by the way, we never went off campus that often. Like, the only times we went off campus was, like, to go to a different church or to go out for somebody's birthday or something. It was like a special event. Other than that, we were not allowed to go off campus. Like, not on our own. Like, nothing. Damn, what'd the dog do? I'm sure that Kaylin was just joking with me and I didn't get it. And I'm gonna put you on my sewer slide note if you don't skip this song. Alright, fine. God damn. Holy shit. I hope this is more to your liking, Kumo. This remix is how my brain works. I like mashups, man. Anyway, we went off campus and went to this old mill that was built in the 1860s. It was a fantastic sight. It probably wasn't. Probably the most exciting thing I got to do in a month. Have a fun Zoom call. Bye, Enlaa. Bye, chat. Yeah, I'll be done soon. I just want to read this real quick. Oh my god. Oh my, it was so fucking cringe. I found this old staircase that led down to what almost looked like an old mine shaft. There was a strange bridge made from old wooden planks and metal boards. On the other side of the bridge was some kind of opening to somewhere. I didn't go in, but I could feel like something was calling me in. I still didn't go in, but now I regret not doing so. Maybe someday I'll go back and investigate. This... Fuck off. Fuck off. Stop. Why was I so fucking cringe? Oh my god. Oh, that's so great. I'm glad I kept this journal. It's falling apart, though. Shit, dude. Well, we'll continue this story time tomorrow. This has been fun. It's really fun to go back down memory lane. But I do have a Zoom call I need to go get ready for. I'm chatting up with some of my old co-workers. Enlaa was the horror movie white woman. So dumb. I love it. I love kid me, man. Alright. I'm gonna get going. But yeah, this has been real, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow evening. I'll probably set a time for it in the Discord when I'm not busy. So, but you guys have a good time. This was fun. Alright. Oh, no, shit, that's the wrong one. This one. Here we go. Bye, y'all. Have a good day. Yeah, you guys have a good day too, okay? And I'll see you guys again tomorrow evening. I desperately need a lobotomy after the stream. Shut